right now. Hello and welcome into everybody tuning in on the YouTube Live. It's good to have you in here with us for the day. If you've already been here, then you already know what we're about to be doing for the next 4 hours. If you haven't been here before, we basically, we debate Trump supporters for as long as it takes for me to rage quit, which is typically around that 4 to 5 hour mark. Now, we already have our first Trump supporter loaded into the broadcast. We get them loaded in because we're dual streaming over on TikTok, and that's where they could request up. Their name is Maggie. They're 24, and they support Trump. Maddie, I'm going to go and let you take it away. Tell us why you're MAGA.
Because I like that we're putting 10 Commandments in Texas schools.
Woof.
I like that Roe v. Wade got overturned in Texas. I love my Second Amendment. And
Okay.
yeah, those are some.
Okay. Well, I want to go ahead and talk about the first thing real quick. So you said
I'm just playing. I'm a troll. I voted blue.
Okay.
Fuck MAGA.
Please don't troll. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. If you're loaded into the broadcast, if you're loaded into the live, I appreciate you for being here. If you're over on TikTok, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. If you're on YouTube, drop a like and say what's good in that chat. It's good to have you all in here. But guys, don't troll. Like, please, we are just looking for some real conversations with some real Trump supporters, and we just simply won't be able to have those conversations if everybody's trolling. So I would really appreciate it if you'd respect that. We're going to go ahead and get that next guest, Maddie, loaded in. And yeah, then once again, thank you so much for everybody that's in here for the day. All right, let's go to get Maddie loaded in. Oh, it looks like Maddie actually already left, quite fucking frankly. Okay, all right, let's go to move on here. If you want to skip that line, just put a MAGA with your age down below. You already know. Y'all already know. We got Arctic loaded into the live right now. We're gonna also load up a handful of other people. It looks like it's like out of everybody in the guest requests, I probably have to accept like 3, 4, or 5 people up just to get one person that will like stick and not automatically leave or lag out. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Give us a minute. Welcome in, Charlie. Are you MAGA? No. Okay, Charlie left too. What's up, bro? You support Trump?
I do, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
What year were you born in?
2004.
What month?
July. I just turned 21.
Okay, what's a W-2?
A W-2?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, really. What is it?
A W-2 is when it's for your taxes. Every year you get one for a job.
Okay. What's a mortgage?
A mortgage on a house.
What is it?
Where you own a house.
He's answering all the questions, right? Okay. Do you have a driver's license?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so what does a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line on the road mean?
Oh my gosh, bro. How do you not believe me? I'm a trans man, so it doesn't sound like I'm...
I'm sorry. All right.
Go
ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, so surprisingly, people say that like trans men shouldn't support Trump because he doesn't support it, right? But to be honest, I think that he does. I don't think the LGBT should be in schools. That's why I voted for him. So like I don't want little kids. I have younger siblings, so I don't want my younger siblings learning about transgender and all that. I want them learning about math and ELA and history. I don't want them fucking learning about you know what I'm saying?
Okay. What do you think the purpose of school is?
To learn. Yeah.
To learn more about the reality that we live in, okay? And
Right.
To educate our children at an age-appropriate level about like the LGBTQ plus community, and just about like everybody in general, not just the LGBTQ plus community, but including the LGBTQ plus community, is like incredibly important. And like one really good reason for this would be like a main cause of bigotry and prejudice and hate, regardless if it's directed towards trans people, gay people, lesbian people, is just a lack of understanding, right? And it's kind of like a part of human nature where when we don't understand something, we're adverse to it. You know, like why? Maybe if we didn't understand or know what was in the dark cave back when we were cavemen, we would be adverse to entering into it by that same instinct to possibly save our life in case there was like a predator in there that was going to eat and kill us, right? But the way that we see this applied in like modern day society is just like if we don't understand something such as, what it means to be trans, we hold bigotry and prejudice and hate towards it. And that's why there's so much transphobia in society. And I mean, obviously you're going to understand this as a trans person. So, like, I don't understand why you'd be like adverse to teaching children about age-appropriate material, not just about trans people, but including trans people, just to like reduce the spread of bigotry against trans people, including yourself.
So, so I have a little brother. He's 10. All right. So, as a 10-year-old, I just feel like that shouldn't be taught. You know, like sure, like high school or what, like I don't know, like late middle school, sure, but like as a 10-year-old I feel like just ELA, learn about, I don't know, like something other than that.
Okay, I have a question. What is currently being taught to 10-year-olds that you don't like, very specifically?
Just the LGBT.
Like what specifically about the LGBTQ plus community?
So basically I saw on TikTok a whole bunch of like LGBT teachers, right? And they're like promoting it. They have gay flags in their room and everything, but like I just don't like. So
your kids having an LGBTQ plus flag in the classroom?
Right. It's just not appropriate.
Wait. What is the pride flag stand for?
Gay.
No.
Yeah.
It stands for equality. Right. It stands for treating everybody as equal. It stands for being accepting of everybody. You know, it's like I think that it's like totally fine for
guys. I'm definitely
teachers
not under 21.
Yeah, everybody in the chat saying that this guest is underage. They're not. They're not underage. They are 21. It stands for equality and it stands for acceptance. And then even on top of that, when a teacher has a flag in their classroom, they're not actively teaching that flag. It's just kind of there, right? It's just there to promote and being inclusive and being accepting and to promote that everybody's equal and that, people, including the children, right, aren't going to be less valuable than other school children because they're different than them, right? And I feel like these are like core virtues that we absolutely should be teaching to our children 110%. And like, I'm not gonna lie, like the fact that like you as a trans man are saying that like we shouldn't be teaching children virtues of acceptance and equality is like kind of crazy considering how trans individuals in America are like one of the most oppressed groups of people.
Right. So, okay. But I keep like having these thoughts in my head and I just keep forgetting them. Okay. So the reason why, I'm not big on LGBT either. Like I don't really support it myself. And that's shocking. Yeah. No, I know. But the thing is that like, there's a difference between like a real trans person and then obviously fake when
Dude, what is going on? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My ears are just being blasted with like absolute nonsense right now. Like what am I even hearing right now? I'm sorry, but you're telling me that like you don't support like pride or like the LGBTQ plus community. At its core, I don't. What does pride in the community represent?
Nothing to me.
No, so, it represents something that is incredibly important, which is being inclusive of all. Right? Did you know that like the LGBTQ plus community wouldn't even exist in the first place if like society didn't like historically demonize and subjugate gay people, trans people, bi people, lesbian people towards oppression? And if we didn't promote and accept social attitudes that it's like inherently wrong for no greater reason other than one's bigotry? Like think about it. Like variations in our sexual orientations aren't too different than variations in the color of our eyes. So like why don't we have a community that's surrounded upon all the different color of people's eyes? Community for people with brown eyes, blue eyes, green eyes. It's because we don't demonize the color of people's eyes. It's because we haven't had we haven't oppressed the colors of people's eyes for like ever. We haven't lynched people because of the colors of their eyes. We haven't taken away opportunity from people because of the color of their eyes. We haven't fired people from their jobs because of the color of their eyes. We haven't been preaching in mega churches with like millions of followers that these people are going to hell and are inherently evil because of the color of their eyes. But see, every single one of these clips claims, it applies to people based upon their sexual orientations and their gender identities. And that's what the community exists as a reaction to. You know, like if you want to, you know, get rid of the quote unquote LGBTQ plus community and the movements and the parades and the social outreach and advocacy, well, then just advocate for a society where everybody is truly equal to one another and inclusive of all. Then it will have served its purpose, right? But you're actively doing the opposite of that. You're like, I don't want this community to exist when its core purpose is to advocate for the equality and acceptance of everybody. But then you want to support political and social movements that only ensure there's more oppression of individuals based upon these traits.
Right. So, okay, have you ever been to a pride parade?
Have I ever been? Yeah. Well, I've been to like one or two, and that's only because in my town they're very rarely hosted because it's very conservative.
Yeah. So, same with the area that I live in. So, basically, last time I went to a pride parade was maybe when I was like 17. Now, I went there and there's a whole bunch of trans people, okay, with their shirt off, but literal like boobs hanging out.
I could tell you
Now-
why. I could tell you why.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, right. It's because like trans women, for instance, right? According to like people on the right, who do they think trans women are? Women or men?
Women?
No. People on the right, bigots, transphobes, they think trans women are men because they're biologically male. So like when we will see like protests of like trans women without their shirts on, right? Well, like the reason like that exists is as a reaction to that saying, okay, if we're truly men, what's the problem with me having my shirt off?
Because there's titties on you.
Right, because they're women. And they're women, you know what I mean? And humans and society has sexualized female breasts, right? And that's why society completely like rejects the idea of like women having their breasts out publicly. Okay, right? It's inappropriate. It's bad. It's sexual, right? That's what society has like widely accepted forever. And so when you see like trans women without a shirt on, with their boobs out, well, they're basically saying, well, this isn't inappropriate, sexual, or bad if we're men, and that's supposed to like serve as an emphasis on the point that they aren't men. But like, if you still want to disagree with that counter protest, if like there's kids around, etc., you know, like I understand that, and you know that's an argument for sure. But I don't think that really says anything about the LGBTQ plus community as a whole, about trans people as a whole. And I mean, you hopefully accept that because you're trans yourself. You're a part of the LGBTQ plus community.
Right. So the thing is that a lot of trans people do have what is the word, like body dysphoric or whatever, or something like that. I forgot the word. So people are like uncomfortable in their own skin, correct? Because they're trans, correct? So why are you showing your whole body if you're uncomfortable with your own skin?
It's called body dysmorphia.
Yeah, that's the word.
I'm gonna let Eli up here. 1 second. I'm gonna introduce you to my friend Eli. Hi, Eli.
Hey, thank you so much
Yeah,
for having me
welcome.
up.
Yeah, welcome in.
Hi. You want me to just call you bro? Is that what you want me to call you?
Who, me?
Yeah, you. I'm here to speak to you.
Oh, yeah, my name's Austin.
Okay. Hi, Austin. Yeah, I'm Eli. I am a 32-year-old trans man. And I've got some big concerns with a few things that you're saying. The first thing I'd like to say is it doesn't sound like you know our history very well.
Okay.
Do you know that you wouldn't have the rights that you have today if it weren't for trans people?
Sure. Yeah.
Do you really know that?
Sure.
Okay. Well, it doesn't sound like you do, because if you did know that, you would understand why we have pride in the first place, why we have the inclusivity flag. Do you know why?
Just go ahead. Say it.
Okay. So we started a pride movement. It wasn't like a celebration specifically. It was a protest back in the 1960s, right? So 1969 is when the Stonewall riots occurred because police invaded a small little club because people said, keep it to yourself, similar to the rhetoric that you're using right now. Keep it to yourself. We don't care what you do in the bedroom. Just keep it to yourself. And so that's what was happening. Meanwhile, GAY people, lesbians, everybody in the LGBT community was being unalived legally by means of when it would get reported, nothing would be done about it. When that happened, and people were trying to find like safe spaces to, go and exist and live like our straight and cisgender counterparts. Well, there was a club that got raided by police officers and burned to the ground with people in it. There's a lot more to this story, but I'm not gonna, make this too long of a plane to land. But yeah, so that got burned down to the ground, and trans people, in particular, trans women, Black trans women, and there's another character in this who didn't identify necessarily as a trans man, but a drag king.
Okay.
They were the first people to show up to fight. And what happened is, quite literally, bricks were thrown. A riot broke out, and a year, later, the very first Pride parade was thrown, and it wasn't for celebration. And that Pride parade took place in June, and that's because it was on the year anniversary of those Stonewall riots, what we know today. It was the very first Pride parade. People were attacked, abused. And that's why we celebrate Pride every June. It's still a protest. You also said that this isn't attacking our community, but I want to give you a chance to respond to that before I carry on. Did you know all that?
No, I did not. No.
Okay, so that's why we still have Pride. Yeah.
Marsha P.
Okay,
Johnson.
so I would also like to say something real quick though.
Yeah.
So veterans, okay, why do they have a day and we have a whole month?
All right. So, fun fact, I'm active duty. I've served for 13 years. 29 August will be my new date of separation because instead of getting to carry out my 20 years of service, I'm getting kicked out for being trans. So you've spoken to the perfect person.
And then also, veterans have like a handful of months.
I was about to.
Yeah, I want to put that one out there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So everybody likes to weaponize veteran service. And it's really frustrating because did you know that the month before June is Military Appreciation Month? Like we literally have, like everybody gets mad in June, but May is a month for military appreciation. It's just ironic because it's literally the month after there was an entire celebration. People choose to get upset in June and use that as an argument. We have countless holidays, like multiple months of celebration. Go ahead, Dean. I see you.
Yeah, I just want to ask you a quick question. Bro, I would love to ask you something real quick, okay? If you were black and we had a president that literally banned black people from being in the military, right? Would you ever vote for that president if they ran for a second term?
What, Trump did that?
No, it's just hypothetical. If you were a black American and we had a president that literally banned black Americans from serving in the military, would you ever vote for that president's second term?
So you're saying, all right, so he banned trans people, right?
Can you answer the question?
He banned trans people.
Can you just
And I
answer the
wanted
question?
to go- I wanted
Is
to go to the
it like
military.
reasonable to assume?
And I did vote for Trump because I don't care.
Sure. I mean, we've established that.
Basically, I will never be as strong as an actual man, correct?
That's
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So first and foremost,
No.
you're telling us that you're never going to possess the like identical physical strength as like an average like male.
Yeah, so if you have bipolar-
because you're female. So like, hey, no, that's not true. Just HRT on its own, hormone replacement therapy, testosterone can have quite an insane impact on literally any fucking body, male or female, before or after puberty.
So
and
if you
B. Let's also not forget here that yes, cis women who are females are in the military.
Okay. So basically, if you were bipolar you still cannot go into the military.
Okay, hey. This is another problem, right? One, so you're acting as if we're getting banned for medical reasons. Just so you know, we were banned the first term, the first Trump administration. 7,000 troops were removed, and they were not. So we are not being removed for medical reasons. We are being moved administratively. So I don't understand why everybody acts like this is a medical removal. It's not, because we're not getting removed if we have a gender dysphoria diagnosis specifically. We're getting removed if we've ever even had fucking thoughts of any gender dysphoria. And our medical records are literally being legally ordered by the administration to be disclosed to our commanders, so that even if we don't have a diagnosis, if we've ever even mentioned it to a therapist, that's enough of a means. And you can just be fucking accused of being trans. So I don't understand this argument where you try to conflate things that actually cause, I'm also, wow, this is just the triple whammy for you, because my entire career is a medicine background. So you can't conflate something like bipolar, or I've heard asthma, or all sorts of different things that actually cause a disruption in service, meaning you wouldn't be worldwide qualified or able to deploy, right? Being trans doesn't stop people from being able to deploy. Having a gender dysphoria diagnosis has not stopped me from having a highly decorated career. There are approximately 15,000 trans service members, and approximately 70% of us have served for over a decade. So if it was a problem, this is the point that I want to bring home. If it was such a fucking issue, then trans people wouldn't have been able to make it this far, don't you think?
They didn't really make a long way.
Don't be disingenuous. I've been in for 13 years. It's probably like 2/3 of the time you've been alive. You said you're 21? Yeah. I've been serving for like almost as long as you've been fucking alive.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, let me ask you a question, bro. Do you want to live your life? Do you just want to be able to live your life? Is that fair to say that people just want to be able to live their lives? And is it also fair to say that people like want fairness? Do you want to be able to fairly live your life like anybody else in this country?
I am right now.
So the answer to the question would be yes?
Yeah.
Because I would say that trans people are not fairly living their lives compared to others in the country.
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
they bark at
one
people.
really obvious reason would be like what we're discussing right now. I have the ability to join the military. You don't. Okay, that's not fair. All right. And I mean, this isn't, even starting a conversation about like the nuances of like the social oppression of trans people. And it's just, it's crazy because, the idea of like being able to fairly live your life is the goal of like trans advocacy. You get that, right?
Sure, just don't make being gay your personality, Like it's just weird. See, as a trans man, I walk like a normal person, I talk like a normal person, I act like a normal person. Why do we have gay rainbow flags everywhere and hair dye and shit? Like you're just looking to get hated on.
Dude, this is
Now,
crazy.
I
I'm sorry,
don't
this is-
get hated on.
I think I already explained this to you. I think that was the first point that I brought up. I already talked to you about why we have rainbow flags. Dean explained what the pride flag was, because you didn't even know. You thought that the rainbow means GAY.
Yeah.
and that's not what the pride flag is. The pride flag is purely inclusivity.
Yeah.
And so after you explain that, I'm not sure why we're like backtracking on that point, or why you're conflating being GAY with being trans.
Right. And it's like if you truly just, hate the advocacy, hate the flags, hate it all, well, then advocate for society to get to a point where everybody's equal a little bit quicker. Then all of a sudden a lot of it will go away. They left. In fact, I think they got banned and I got a flag. It's like I wish that people like it is just so simple. I used to go over this a lot with Trump supporters, with homophobic individuals specifically. Is like the idea that like LGBTQ plus protests, right? Flying the flag, advocating for the community and making that like a very important part, right, of one's like purpose, right, is like solely like a response to the fact that like members of the community are like oppressed in America, are treated differently. I mean, if it's like if you don't want to see it be so like centered, via in political movements, then just get society to a point where we can have that equality faster. You know what I mean? All of a
Yeah.
sudden, you won't have to deal with all the gay flags everywhere if everybody's equal, you know? But Eli, I appreciate you so much for coming up, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
All right, then for everybody else tuning in, y'all, we have to do a quick restart. So typically, so we can't really talk about trans people on TikTok because it flags the live and it gets it banned. I let that conversation just go on because, you know, they themselves were a trans man, and I really wanted to know what their perspective was. You know, so I just let the conversation play out. But now I have to restart the live stream. So if you're ever like curious why, like, you know, I typically stay away from those conversations, it's because I get the live taken down. So we have to hit a restart right now. I'm going to go ahead and tell every single one of you guys how to find your way back on TikTok. On YouTube, you guys are fine. So right now, hit that follow button in the top left-hand corner. That's going to be your fail-safe. So if you can't follow the instructions on how to come back following the restart, just hit that follow button. It'll be a fail-safe. So then you'll be able to find me in your following list. Now, it is really, really easy to come back after a restart. All that you got to do is when the stream ends, you'll see my profile picture up here in the middle of the screen. Just click on my profile picture. You'll land on my account page, count to 10, refresh, and then click on my profile picture again, and you'll be redirected back into the live. I hate to like re-explain this, and I know a lot of people get upset with me. They're like, oh, just hit the restart, but it's really important to make sure that everybody knows how to find their way back. We typically aim for like around like a 70 to 80% retention rate. So if you're watching it and you're like, oh, Dean, I don't know if I want to come back. Dude, we literally have another 3.5 hours of these debates. So fucking come back, okay? It'll literally be 10 seconds. I'm so good at making these restarts fast as hell. So I'll see y'all all in literally 10 seconds. And then the moment y'all are back, spam the like, spam the shares, spam the comments, and I'll BRB. All right, here we go, everybody. We're going to hit a super quick restart. There we go. Already restarted. YouTube rules? Yeah, YouTube, y'all don't have to deal with this nonsense. Y'all don't have to deal with this nonsense. All right, everybody, welcome back in. Hello. I appreciate everyone so much for coming back into the live, y'all. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen, sharing out that live stream. You guys, we just hit the restart of a century. I really hope that most people are going to come back, y'all. We're going to go ahead and hop right back into the debates, guys. So let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in. Somebody just asked a question. If TikTok sucks so much, why do I even use it? It's because it's like the biggest, most explosive outreach tool for trying to get new people in here to potentially change their perspective or give them, more data to back up the perspective they already have. There's just no other platform where I could go live and just have the live stream like blasted out to like 500,000 people a day. I get around 500,000 people in and out of here every day, and they watch for like an average of 10 minutes. So I mean, think about how awesome that is. What's up, Ben? Do you support Trump? Are you MAGA?
No, but Cookie King Mark.
And we're going to go ahead and throw the rules right back up on screen. Everybody take a good look at the rules. If you're trying to join, make sure that you're 18 plus, American, MAGA, and ready to debate, y'all. Make sure that you're 18 plus, American, MAGA, and ready to debate. So everybody take a good look at the rules. Here we go, everybody. Go ahead and put a MAGA with your age down below in that comment section if you want to skip that line and come right on up, y'all. But let's get that next guest loaded in here right now, guys. If you don't follow the rules, you're going to get such a quick ban. You're going to be so quickly banned. Quicker than you would have ever expected at any point ever before. Follow those rules, guys. All right, we got Lydia loading up. Hello, Lydia. Do you support Trump?
Oh my God. I don't.
Banned. You should have listened, Lydia. You should have read the rules, okay? All right, you should have done it. You should have done it, Lydia. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. Before you join, literally look at the middle of the phone screen. Charlie, you MAGA?
Yeah.
Yeah, Charlie, you're also like 13. What is that first rule?
I have a
Banned!
question.
Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Just give us a minute to get that next guest loaded up into the live stream. Let's go to get Austin loaded in. Here we go. By the way, I didn't actually ban Lydia, y'all. I didn't actually ban her. I was being hyperbolic. Lydia's still hanging out with us. Don't worry, you guys. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And how old are you?
67.
Okay, goodbye. I'm going to go to put the rules back up on the live stream. So, folks, we have 9.1 thousand people in this stream. Is there one person out of the 9,000 people watching that wants to come up here and debate? Is there one? Y'all, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Dave. Oh, my God, Dave. Real quick.
Hey, I'm a
before
big fan of you.
I appreciate that. How old are you?
Hey, I'll be watching. Sorry I'm not 18, but thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, dude, holy crap, guys. I need to thank somebody real quick while we're getting this next Trump supporter up in here. Anonymous with the $500 donation over on PayPal. Oh my God. Yo, if we can get 5,000 anonymous W's down below in that comment section while we're hopping into this next debate, it would be absolutely so meaningful to me. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Everybody show some love to Anon down below, and I appreciate your message as well. I love advocating for LGBTQ plus rights on here. You know, if you've been watching me for a while, you saw the come up, you know that's all that I used to do. But TikTok TOS is just so heavily restrictive. I appreciate you so much for the love. Holy crap. Everybody, please show some love to Anon down below while we're trying to get this next debate going. Holy shit. Thank you a billion times over. And welcome in, Trapper. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age?
19.
What year were you born in?
05.
Okay. All right. And why do you support Trump? Why are we supporting the worst president of our lifetimes? Let me know.
Oh, it's glitching.
It's not glitching. I could hear you. You could hear me. We're all good. In fact, it even tells me when you have a bad internet connection, and you have a perfect internet connection right now. I could see your bars.
I don't know why it's so glitchy, but how can you not support Trump while also defending Tupac, saying he was acquitted when he literally wasn't?
Whoa. Somebody didn't watch the full clip, buddy. I had a guest come up here and tell me, of course they left. I had a guest come up here and tell me that he was found guilty of these things. I go to Google, I look it up. The first thing that pops up is that he was acquitted. So then I was like, well, it says he's acquitted. And then they were like, no, he was found guilty on 3 charges. And I was like, okay, thank you for telling me. I'm never going to wear that shirt again. Come on, kid. Come on, buddy. You got to watch the full clip. I don't know what these rage baiters are up to today. Crazy work. Moving on to the next guest. Everybody just give us a minute. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the box right now, everyone. Do be patient and make sure in the meantime that we're double tapping away in that phone screen. Here we go. Go to put a MAGA with your age down below in that comment section if you want to come up. Let's go to see what that next guest has to say. Yo, the rage baiters are out. Guys, so they found their most recent rage bait. Like 2 days ago, I went on live just with a Tupac shirt. Why a Tupac shirt? It was my only clean shirt. Do I know anything about Tupac outside of like a couple songs? Absolutely not. It was just before my generation. But Tupac was found guilty of grape. And my first guest of the day came up and told me that. They were like, why are you wearing a shirt if he was found guilty of this? I was like, I had no fucking clue. I won't wear it again. But now, like, a lot of people that are in these rage bait circles, you know, now want to like paint me as like some terrible guy. Even though I had no fucking clue. And I responded to that right. If this is true, I'll never wear it again. I swear. And obviously I haven't. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
All right. What year were you born in?
2004.
Okay. And why the hell do you support Trump?
Well, I'd like to preface this by saying currently I support Trump, but I don't agree with everything. Is that all right?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I supported Harris, and I didn't agree with everything that she wanted, so that's fine, Dax. Quickly, before we hop into the debate, I'd like to thank Lola for the $20 donation over on PayPal. Lola says, you're so funny, please don't go bald. I got you, Lola. I'll never go bald ever in my life. I'm on the meds. Don't trip, Lola. Let's get 200 Lola W's down below. I appreciate you for the $20. It's well, oh my goodness. Daniel, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Daniel, you're the best. Holy crap. Let's get 500 Daniel W's down below. I really appreciate your donation to me and what we do. It's very kind, Daniel. Everybody show some love to Daniel in that comment section. They say that their son watches the streams every day and that I've already been a huge influence on them, so thank you, man. You know what, Daniel? I bet that you're a great dad, especially if you have children that are interested in what's right for the world around us. Shout out to you, Daniel, and thank you for the 50. Now, Dax, go ahead and take it away. Why the hell are you MAGA?
Well, I believe that as a country, this was the best choice we can make financially, and I just think that we should focus on our country a little bit more than we have.
Okay,
That's,
so true. So yeah, he's good for the economy. Okay, name one thing that Donald Trump has done in the last 200 days that has economically helped the average American.
well, he signed the bill allowing no tax on overtime
Mm-hmm.
and no tax on tips, and I like that.
You're
But
talking about the big beautiful bill. So the big beautiful bill did include some tax cuts for low and average income Americans, but because of its cuts to funding to Medicaid, SNAP benefits, the Department of Education, Intellectuals in the Arts, and Energy, clean energy credits, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, as well as the CBO, right? Everybody making at or under $51,000 per year is net in the red, meaning that they're losing money because of the bill. All things considered. See, that's not financially helping the average American.
well, could you explain that? Sorry.
Yeah, no, I absolutely can. So I'll give you a great explanation. You're right. Everybody gets a tax cut under the big beautiful bill. Does it disproportionately help the ultra wealthy? Yeah. Is that a problem? Yeah. Would the middle class and low income Americans got a larger tax cut if Harris was elected? Yeah. But how the big beautiful bill hurts the average American and low income Americans is through its cuts to, like, for instance, clean energy credits that the Biden Harris administration signed into law. Trump fucking hates clean energy. I couldn't tell you why. He just does. So he rolled back clean energy subsidies that were increasing the production of it by 72%. Because he rolled them back, now the production of clean energy is cut by 72%. All right. That means that there's less overall energy in supply, which has led to the CBO telling us that the cost of energy is going to go up by an average of $400, $400 to $500 per year for the average American household. He also gutted nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid. Not only is that going to cut 10 million people off with services point blank period, but it's estimated to increase the premiums of the individuals that will still be on it by 75%. They cut 3 million Americans off of food stamps, so now they're going to have to spend more of their own money on buying food to live. They cut 18 million school students off of free school student lunches, so now parents are going to have to spend more money on ensuring that their children are well fed in a place where they're forced to be for the day. And, I could go on and on and on. But in like culmination of all these facts, we have think tanks that are either nonpartisan or bipartisan telling us that shit, if you make at or beneath $51,000 per year, you're going to have less purchasing power because of the big beautiful bill in the Trump administration than you did when Biden was in the Oval Office.
Okay. Well, I'm not a professional, but I don't know. I think also, I mean, I guess we'll see at the end of these 4 years, but I think just economically, I think we'll see something.
Okay, but where's this hope, aspiration, and dream coming from? Because it kind of just sounds like a trust me, bro. But why are you going to hedge a bet on no evidence that our country is going to be worse off when all evidence indicates that it's going to be worse off at the sake of the livelihood of millions of Americans?
Well, I mean, what isn't it kind of either way? Everybody's just going to be mad either way. Nothing.
I'm not mad. I just have facts. See, that's the thing. I'm not screaming at the top of my lung saying Orange Man bad for no reason. I'm over here giving you analytical descriptions from think tanks and centers of research that indicate the policy he's actually passing and signing into law is harmful to the average American. Don't just say that equates to me being mad. No, that equates to me being mindful of American policy and taking a non-biased approach to evaluating it for its efficacy and how it will hurt or help people. And, all evidence indicates it's going to hurt.
I think you just got to give it time. I don't know. Like you said, that just sounds like a trust me, but I mean...
Yeah, that does sound like a trust me. So, imagine that you had, a son, and you took your son to a doctor because of, a rash on your son's arm. And then the doctor's like, that's cancer. If we don't automatically remove that, he's going to die. But then you, a father that's not a doctor, steps in and you're like, no, it's just eczema. We just need to give it time and it will go away. Whose opinion would you trust more?
Well, probably the doctors.
Okay. But so now when we're evaluating the efficacy of Trump's economic policy, and we have the CBO that is actually ran by Republicans, the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities that is nonpartisan and has been right for a long time. We have Nobel laureate economists. We have think tanks. We have researchers all telling us that this bill is going to hurt the average American with evidence and reason, and then you sit there from your perspective and you're like, it's going to help them. We just need to give it time, and you don't have any reason, evidence, or argumentation. Who are you going to trust more?
I mean, I guess. I don't know.
Right? Do you see how it's like it's very
Yeah.
obvious who you should trust more in both situations, but just because one situation is about politics and Trump, you're more willing to accept misinformation?
No, it doesn't. It's not necessary. I just think, I don't know. I think, and this is probably naive, but I think as a businessman, he probably has, compared to maybe Biden or Kamala Harris, he probably has better ideas as to bring in money to our country.
Well,
And
then if you're right, we would have seen it in his policy, and we don't. Point blank, period.
give it some time again. You know.
Okay,
Like,
but what's the argument there? You can't just say that, Dean, all evidence indicates right now that you're right, but I think maybe in the future evidence will appear that I don't know that will prove you wrong. Dude, like that's so like just terrible. That's like a worse, most anti-intellectual, lazy argument ever. Like, bro, come on. You're like, trust me, please. In the future, it's gonna self-fix and everything's gonna be great. According to whom? Give an argument for that. Justify that with a position.
I guess worst case scenario, 4 years, you guys get a Democrat in, and they fix that then, right?
Right. That is actually the best case scenario.
Well, no, worst case scenario would be that it doesn't work.
Okay, give me an argument that it is gonna work. Do you have an argument, my friend?
He's already pulled in billions of dollars from companies. He put the tariffs on. He took them off. We got billions of dollars. Economically, things will start to pick up.
Oh, are you talking about investment in American business?
Yeah.
From who?
From what? What do you mean?
Because when we
Apple.
actually look, oh, Apple? You're talking about their $600 billion investment, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they've announced 400, 500, and $600 billion dollar investments at the start of now Donald Trump's second term. They also did this at the start of Biden's term and at the start of Trump's first term. They do this to stay in the good grace of whoever the current president is. And they're pretty good at like their misdirection. You know, like even yesterday, Apple announced that they're going to build all of their hard screens in Kentucky. And now that made Trump happy because it's like bringing more business back to America. Until you like research and you figure out that they've actually produced 90% of all their screens in Kentucky forever.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then even like when we look at like data to show like the macro level of investment into American business, wrong picture. I'll bring it up on screen. We see that under the Biden-Harris administration, it went fucking boom, right? Look at that big jump. But now since Donald Trump's term has begun, it went stagnant and is now actually going down. So no, he's not even good for investment in American industries either. The data just simply contradicts nearly everything that Trump supporters believe. And that's why I believe that hopefully in the future, nobody will support Trump because truth will prevail. But in order for truth to prevail, you have to let it prevail. You know, like if you hold to like beliefs, if you're yielding conclusions that there's good things that the Trump administration are doing, and then I give you evidence and truth to demonstrate that you're wrong, don't just deny it. Okay, at the bare minimum, just do your own research and prove me right. Don't just say no. Trust me, it's going to work out in the long term.
Didn't you just say reason and proof will prevail? Isn't that kind of the same thing I was saying?
Yeah, but see, I actually have the reason in the data in the arguments. You don't. You just have like claims, baseless claims.
Not baseless. So I get my.
Okay, I will prove that they're baseless. Are you ready?
Sure, yeah.
Explicitly state the base to your earlier claim that although Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill is hurting Americans today, it will help them if we give it time. State the base.
Well, I mean, it's not, like I said, I'm not a professional. I like.
Okay, if you don't have a base, what does that make the claim? Baseless.
Maybe baseless. Yeah, whatever.
Right.
Can I ask you something?
What?
What about the presidential health test? Do you think at least that's something good? Do you think?
Yeah, I can't wait to be eating my popcorn and watching Trump fail it. We're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. Let's go get the next Trump supporter loaded into the live. If you're in that queue, make sure it's because you support Trump. And dude, if you're like low info, it's like fine if you come up here, but like please don't just like be like super like dead set on this idea that like you're right and I'm wrong. Like that last guest, for instance, like he was very annoying. You know, and he was like particularly annoying because he was low info and just dead set on this conclusion that he's right and I'm wrong. It's like, how do I even like debate? Like I can't debate that, you know? But let's go and get that next guest up in here. While we're loading the next guest in, now this guest has actually been trying to get up for a while. Real quick, I'd like to thank Emma for the $10 over on PayPal. Emma, I appreciate you so much for the love. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you, Emma. And then Yo Ronan with a $5 saying, I'm going bald. Yo, me too, based. Angela with a $15 over on PayPal. I appreciate that. Angela saying, can you or the chat let me know what episode Get Push Guy is on by chance? Yeah, if anybody in the chat knows, please let me know. I think it was in the last week. So in the last 7, Angela. Thank you for the $15. And then also Richard, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Richard. Let's show some love to Richard down below. Richard said some bald guys look hot. No, you could definitely look good as a guy and be bald, but you just got to be like fucking built. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I'm going to take the easy way out. I'm going to stick with the hair. I'm going to get on the finasteride. You know, like that's going to be the route that I take. But I appreciate you for the love, Richard, as well as Lily. Thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal as well. Lily says, just started watching your stuff. 33. I hope you're having a great day. Sending love from Canada. Dude, love to Canada. Lily, I appreciate you for being here. Everybody, please show some love to Lily down below in that comment section. Yo, I love y'all. You guys are awesome. Then also Hayes, thank you for the $5. And then Tammy with the $5 over on Venmo. Kaylee with a 5. Then Caroline with a 5 as well. Thank you everybody so much for all the love over on Venmo and PayPal. You guys are awesome. Now, welcome in. How do I pronounce your name?
Cecilia?
Celia. And you're MAGA, right?
Yeah.
Fresh. Thank you for the galaxy. Are you trolling?
No, I'm serious, unfortunately.
I know. I've seen you in the comment section for like the last week and a half. Did you finally figure out how to unprivate your account so you could come up?
I didn't know that I needed to unprivate my account to be able to come up. I was like, did I do something? Am I not doing this right? Okay, but it makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, you finally got it worked out. I've been waiting for this conversation. Like seriously, you've been here almost every day.
I have been literally, you have no idea. I've been waiting for this conversation because I've been watching you for so long and I've seen this topic that I want to bring up, kind of lightly touched on, but it's like not in the way that I kind of wanted to explain it myself. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
No worries. Mike is yours. Tell us why you support Trump.
Awesome. Okay. So, I've been thinking about the best way to explain my stance, and the only way that I could really think to get it out is kind of from a personal aspect. So this is regarding the the government assistance, the food stamps, Medicaid, all of that.
You sound like such a nice person, but cutting millions of people off of the things they need to live is so evil. You know?
You know what? And really quick, I agree with you. First off, I do want to start off with 9 years ago. I was actually on government assistance. I was on EBT food stamps. I was on welfare. I was on Medi-Cal. I was on all those things. I was also in a really terrible toxic relationship. I had gotten pregnant. And then when I got pregnant, I got on the assistance, and thanks to the assistance, I was able to get on my feet, get a job, start making money. And then I no longer applied for the assistance because I was making too much. Totally fair. The thing is I live in California, and even though I no longer qualify for assistance, it doesn't mean I'm not still struggling. Now, my thing is I got on the assistance. I did what I needed to do. I was able to get off. I know that there are some situations, some instances where people are not able to do that, but my child's father also got on assistance, and where I used that to help myself get out of the situation I was in, he instead is using that as a way to continue living the life that he's living. So he is currently homeless on, can I say hugs instead of DRUGS?
Yeah, that's fine. But I just want to put it out there. If you could reach a point, that would be great.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. This is my point. Point is that people like him and people like my own mom who have used the system lied to the system, cheated the system. And I'm over here having to go to food pantries at least once a month just to, you know, cover the food that I can't pay for. And my daughter's father, I'm using my tax paying money to pay for his food stamps, to pay for his medical, to pay for, you know, his stuff. My mom, the same exact way. She lied saying that she was taking care of my sister when my grandmother was, and just so she could get welfare and food stamps. You know, and unfortunately, it is just a really sad reality that there are people like me that are in the situation that really need the government assistance. There are people that can't work that really need the government assistance, but
Can I hop in here?
unfortunately,
I think I just in a sentence or less, can you sum up the view?
I'm so sorry. Yeah, so that's basically my view. I don't agree with how Trump went about it, but I do agree that something needs to change in terms of that. And I know that you are super smart and you are super knowledgeable. So my question to you is, obviously what he's doing is not right.
Okay, if
What do
you,
you think the right way about it would be to go
I'll
for
happily,
something like
I'll
that?
happily tell you about what I think should be the case. But the question I asked you was, why do you support Trump? And I don't think that you really clearly responded to that question.
I'm so sorry. The only thing I have left to support was that thing. Although I don't agree how he went about it, I do agree that something needs to change.
Okay, well, like the changes that he implemented will only ensure that more people that need food stamps aren't getting them, and that more people are abusing the system by lying about their income. Because he didn't change anything to give more incentivization for individuals to get off of food stamps. He just simply defunded them. You understand that, right? Like now we're imposing like a new federal minimum in all 50 states of like what income you have to meet in order to qualify for the food stamps. And this is going to kick people off of food stamps in like my state, for instance, that are making $20,000 per year. And one,
Right.
that's only going to ensure that more people that need them don't get them. And two, well, if we're just making like the income restrictions even tighter for qualifying in the first place, this just means that more people are going to lie about their income and more fraud is going to exist. Obviously, that's not going to address, fix, or make anything better. And to a
Yeah.
point that you brought up, you're telling me like, oh, like you are barely making enough money. You still got to go to food pantries, but yet you pay
Yeah.
taxes, and some of that tax dollars are going to people that will stay on food stamps for a long time. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
well, I actually agree that is an issue. That you, as a person that are barely making any money and still has to be reliant on food pantries, is paying taxes on food stamps. Maybe we should put more of that tax burden on the ultra wealthy and take it off of you. I don't think that your point is truly speaking towards an issue with food stamps. It's speaking towards how there's like so many Americans that are making enough money so they're not qualifying for these benefits because the benefits are reserved for people in poverty. But you are still paying a shit ton of taxes. It's more of an issue with reducing taxes on like low middle class middle class Americans as a whole, right? So I
Yeah.
think that needs to be fixed. But once again, this has nothing to do with Trump, because Trump just took more people off of them that need them and is ensuring that more people will abuse the system by lying about their income, by being tighter on income restrictions. Last point I'll make here is that the system of food stamps as a whole is productive. It's a net positive. 57% of people that get food stamps are off them within 12 months. They use it as a launch pad, very similar to how you did. And sure, there's a handful of people that will stay on them forever. I don't think the solution is to take everybody off. I think that Republicans would starve 100 people to make sure one person that is getting those benefits that actually doesn't need them isn't, compared to Democrats who would rather feed 100 people, even if it meant giving benefits to one person that doesn't actually need them.
No, the point that you make is totally valid, and this is actually the contention that my grandmother and I have a lot, because she is like super super MAGA. Ever since all of this stuff has been happening, I've definitely been losing more and more faith into it, and this was kind of like the last thing I was holding on to. But then when I saw how it was turning out, and then watching your streams and how you're explaining it, I was like, this is not
Yeah.
how it was originally explained to me.
Any other reasons why you support Trump?
That was really the only one. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you so much for your time, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's go and get that next guest loaded in. Guys, if you're in that queue, make sure that you're 18 plus American MAGA. I appreciate you for your time, last guest. Hello,
Yo, Peyton
JJ.
Vanest is back. How do you feel?
Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
20.
Great. Let's hop into that conversation quickly before we do. Knight, thank you so much for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Knight said Vance said there was no intention to recognize a Palestinian state. He said it in a meeting with the UK. Bro, they're just taking consistent fucking L's. Thank you for letting me know. Show some love to Knight down below for the 20, as well as Chad with a 10, saying the more assistance we give through welfare, the more justifiable it becomes to investigate individuals that take advantage of it. Well, I mean, like, what does it even mean to take advantage of it? Like, people that, like, break the rules? I don't know. You should answer that, Chad. Dusty, I appreciate you for the $10, saying, Dean, you are somebody who makes me proud of this younger generation. Never give up, never surrender. I appreciate you for that. Love, Dusty. Thank you for the 10. As well as Mikey with the 10 pounds as well, saying, been stressed out recently. Watching you helps. You should be extremely proud of yourself. I hope you have an excellent day, Dean. I hope you have an excellent day as well, and I hope that the streams can help with your stress. Now, Mr. JJ, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Wait, I just want to ask you how you feel about Peyton Vanest being back before we get into this conversation.
I mean, it kind of seems like you'd be circumnavigating the point of being on the live stream. If you don't answer the question, I'll move on to the next guest.
I support Trump because of like the economic output that he has, but I want you to answer. I want you to answer what you think about Peyton Vanest being back.
All right. Well, I just did indeed inform you that if you don't stick on topic with the purpose of the live, I'm going to go to remove you. So that's what I'm going to do now. JJ, I appreciate you so much for coming up, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Aiden loading up. Everyone just do be patient. Let's go and get that next guest in here right now, everybody, as well as Hayes with the $5 and Millie with the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, too. You guys are awesome. As well as Lake. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that. Love, Lake. That is literally L-A-K-E. What a unique name, Lake. Lake says, my small contribution to the W. Dean Fund. I listen every day while I'm at work. Thank you for helping me continue to be an educated American while I work my 9 to 5. Love you, dude. Dude, I love you too, Lake. Thank you for being here. That is so awesome that you're hanging out with us in here for the day. And thank you so much for the $20. You are awesome, Lake. Let's get 200 Lake W's while we got Neon loading in here. Neon, go ahead and unmute that mic.
Hey, I did not mean a request.
No worries at all. We're going to put the rules back up on screen, guys. Only join if you're 18 plus, American MAGA, and ready to debate. We got Kyle loaded into the stream right now, everybody. Welcome in, Kyle. Do you support Trump?
I support Trump, yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
20.
All right. And why the hell do you support the worst president of our lifetimes? Dude, he's so bad. His character, shit. Policy,
Dude.
shit. Everything, shit.
Liberal shit. Why the hell are you mad about an American Eagle commercial?
Very nice, Kyle. That was a great response to the question that I asked you.
That's why I support Trump, because liberals are soft.
Because when you say liberals are soft,
You get offended so easily. How are you
got
offended?
so I just want to clarify that you actually want like the average American to be taxed more to own the libs. Like you want like $1.1
No, I don't
trillion
want people
dollars
living off the
through
government, though.
$1.7 trillion to be just cut off of our GDP per year to own the libs. Like, you want a president that has explicitly called for the termination of the Constitution and passed executive orders that have explicitly contradicted our Constitution to own the libs. Okay, I have a question. What's more important to you as a true American patriot? Owning the libs or pushing this country in a positive direction?
Both. How about that?
Which one is more important?
They're both equally important.
They're both equally important.
You just want people to live off the government.
So
that's all you want.
So I just want to clarify that you think it is just as important to own the libs as it is to progress this country in a positive direction. Okay. Do you consider yourself to be a patriot?
Why are you muting me? I'm like barely talking.
Sorry, Kyle. Do you consider yourself to be a patriot?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, of course. I support my country.
What's more important as a patriot, the Constitution or owning the libs?
Obviously, it's the fucking Constitution, but obviously it's...
Okay. Did you know that if you value the Constitution more than owning the libs, even if you really despise us Democrats, you still wouldn't support Trump since he is anti-constitutional? In December of 2022, he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. On January 20th, he passed Executive Order number 14160 that explicitly contradicted the 14th Amendment. And then in the 2020 election, he tried to rig and steal it from Biden, then admitted to it in court. So, I mean, obviously, if you're a true American patriot that cares about the Constitution, you would hold a red line against our president for launching an attack on the Constitution Constitution, even if it was at the expense of not having a delusional orange fascist owning the libs.
But to be clear, are you offended by that commercial or no?
Yeah, I'll give you my thoughts on the American Eagle commercial after you answer my question.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, of course. I'm an American patriot. I support the Constitution. Then you're gonna try to like corner me up here and be like, "Well, Donald Trump's anti-Constitution because he wants to run for a third term." And you're gonna say all this like,
I actually already gave you the argument. Were you listening?
"Yeah, I am listening," but then you're gonna try to corner me out like you do to everyone on this live.
Well, thank you for telling me I'm good at debating, but I already put you in that corner by bringing up the fact that he explicitly called for the termination of the Constitution, and he's already passed executive orders that explicitly contradict the clear text of the Constitution.
And yeah, but not the whole Constitution, and not like the most important parts of the Constitution,
Okay, what are the most important parts of the Constitution to you, Kyle?
like people's rights.
People's rights?
Yeah,
Oh, so like birthright citizenship? Guess what, Kyle? I have bad news for you.
birthright citizenship. Okay, what's your news, Dean?
He passed an executive order taking birthright citizenship away from people that the Constitution guarantees it to.
Sorry, repeat that one more time. You cut out.
He passed an executive order taking birthright citizenship away from people that it's guaranteed to by the 14th Amendment of our Constitution. So if you're telling me that the most important part of the Constitution to you is people's rights, okay, well, he's infringed upon the most important part of the Constitution to you.
I mean, there's other parts too. I mean, like I think that just like he's not doing anything about women's rights. He's not changing that, right? That's important too.
Actually, no, he actually did change that.
No, he didn't.
No,
he didn't.
Funny enough, he did. So he nominated 3 Supreme Court justices to SCOTUS in his first term that literally changed the interpretation of the privacy clause, the equal protection clause of the 14th Amendment to exclude women's access to abortion, infringing upon women's rights by changing the Constitution through like an
abortion
interpretation
is
from
murder,
SCOTUS.
so obviously he would do that.
Okay, so like obviously you think that he's changed women's rights, so you were wrong.
Well, not the right to vote. He's changing. Well, you're also taking away a human right by getting an abortion.
Do you think that human rights are given to all humans?
Human rights? Is this gonna lead into an illegal immigrant conversation?
Well, no, but we could definitely go there. Do you think undocumented immigrants have human rights?
I would have said yes. You would have said that. You would have brought up due process, and then you would have.
Well, actually, Kyle, no, I wasn't. But that's a better argument than what I was going to run. Wow, even a broken clock is right twice a day, sorry. Good fucking point. He has been taking away human rights from actual humans, such as due process in reference to undocumented immigrants. Yeah, good congratulations. That was actually good. That was actually great. You just cooked yourself. I didn't even think of that one. That went over my head. That was a better point than what I wanted to make. Good job.
Well, I mean, if you're referencing Kilmar Garcia, he's a wife beater, so I don't really think you should be too worried about that. So you're defending a wife beater?
Oh, okay. Real quickly, I think that everybody has access to constitutional protections, and it's even more important to give due process to individuals that have been accused of violent crimes so we can determine that they've actually committed the violent crimes, so we're not letting violent criminals roam free. Now, I would love to talk to you about that. Let's be clear, Kyle.
Okay.
What's the evidence that Kilmar Abrego Garcia beat his wife?
His wife's testimony. There's audio.
Okay, so you're
Never
saying
heard
that
it?
the wife said this about him. I just want to be super duper clear. If you're willing to accept a standard of evidence of an accusation to prove that Garcia's a wife beater, well, then you're obviously going to accept E. Jean Carroll's accusation of rape against Donald Trump that was able to also convince a unanimous jury of 9 inside of a civil court. So why
Absolutely.
do you support a rapist?
Absolutely not. Donald Trump is not a rapist.
Okay, so you don't just merely accept accusations. So you don't have enough evidence that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a wife beater.
From his wife? Yeah, of course I would believe his wife who testified with actual audio. I would not believe some
E. Jean Carroll
random woman with no
testified
relation to
and
Donald
proved it inside of a court.
Yeah, but she has no relation to Donald Trump. I can say that right now about Donald Trump. And I have as much evidence as her.
You have okay, what evidence do you have?
Exactly. None.
Oh, so you don't think that she had any evidence?
Well,
I mean, like, what
What,
a ridiculously,
male
what
DNA?
like a ridiculously false claim. You know, like, I don't even know if, like, you've obviously never read the court documents before. So the way that evidence is, like, indexed
I
inside of,
have.
like, civil and criminal courts is it's submitted through discovery to the jury, right? And you're telling me that, like, her and her attorney, her and her representation didn't submit any evidence to the court through discovery. That's just analytically wrong. Like, you could read the submitted evidence inside of the court documents. Now, something else that I'd like to bring up here was what was the evidence supplied by Kilmar Abrego Garcia's wife? Because if you're saying that you would need evidence on top of a mere accusation, well, then tell me what her evidence was. Because obviously you'd possess that, else you'd be a hypocrite that holds different standards of evidence as it relates to claims that would further your political narrative and those in which would not.
Well, why they didn't go further with the case because he got deported. So
Okay, well, now I'm actually going to have to start clearing up the misinformation. So if we actually look at what the wife said, she opened up a civil protective suit against Kilmar Abrego Garcia in like 2019, I believe. And she's gone on record in saying that this was when they were experiencing turmoil in their relationship. He did not beat her. He did not lay a hand on her. And the only reason why she did pursue this protective suit in court was because in a previous relationship, she had been domestically abused. And she took it out of preemptive caution against Kilmar Abrego Garcia. However, they were able to interpersonally work through the issues themselves. So then she just stopped showing up to the court. And no, it wasn't because he was removed or deported. In fact, he stayed in the country for another 5 years. So, I mean, like, there's like the real story, okay? But the reason why I didn't explain the real story to you is because even if, like, she had accused him of this, I'd believe it. But I think if you believe it, then you're a hypocrite. Because for you, it's not believe women. It's believe some women when they further your political narrative. And when other women are able to prove it inside of a courtroom and convince the unanimous jury of 9, they're just crazy liars.
I mean, anyone with 2 fucking thumbs could realize that that's just an easy cover up after they fix their relationship. Obviously, like, bro, what? There's no way you're actually defending that. Like, what? Obviously, like, bro,
I told you, I don't think I am actually defending that. Like, I don't defend the I don't defend the idea that he, like, definitely didn't beat her. Like, I won't defend that. Like, I understand.
You just said that he didn't beat her.
I think that you misinterpreted what I said then.
You literally, I quote you, he did not beat her. You literally said that.
Okay, well, I'm clarifying on it now. So if I'm clarifying on what I think and how I feel now, like, obviously you misinterpreted what I said, right?
I just directly quoted you.
Okay, I don't think that was a
Stream on YouTube?
So do you
stream on YouTube?
I do. Feel free to play it back. Do you want me to give you, like, my thoughts? Because I can just ask, but, like,
Yeah,
instead
give
of,
me your
like,
thoughts. How about you answer my question first? You haven't answered.
wait, I'm so sorry. If anybody here has a question to answer, it's you and your hypocritical double standard as it relates to believing women reporting domestic abuse or rape because you believe a woman that apparently made an accusation with no evidence, but then when a woman makes an accusation with enough evidence to convince a jury, you think that she's a crazy liar. See, that's the question that you haven't responded to yet. But now about my thoughts on Kilmar Abrego Garcia and his wife. You know, I absolutely think it is true that there's many circumstances where a woman will be a victim of domestic violence, will experience that, and then will later go on the record and say that it's never happened to protect her husband, either because they were able to, like, quote unquote, work through it, etc. Right? And I think that happens often. So, like, when you tell me that, you know, like, she opened up the civil protective suit and then she later went on record and said that it never happened, like, at the bare minimum, I think it's okay to be agnostic. But I don't think it's okay to just outright deny it because she went on record and then said it never happened. And I've definitely seen many Democrats kind of, like, foregoing the idea that women will get abused and then go on record and say that it never happened just to further their political narrative. But see, unlike you, I'm not politically biased. I will say that I will remain agnostic and that I won't just outright deny it.
So, like, when you have a conversation with someone in real life, like, what do you do? Do you, like, cover their mouth when they're not even politics related? Like, when you're talking to someone, like, do you just, like, cover their mouth whenever you want to speak? Like, not even related to politics.
So base.
You do that?
No, I don't.
Well, I mean, it's kind of seems like you do because I'm like barely talking in this conversation. And you keep muting me. It's kind of weird.
Well, the only times that I muted you is when I'm speaking and you, like, trying to butt in and interrupt. So I've been doing these streams for 4 hours a day for close to 2 years now. At the beginning, I didn't really know how to deal with people interrupting me. I just kind of let them do it or be like, hey, stop that. Don't interrupt me. And it'd just make a super unproductive conversation. But now, like, 2 years after doing it, like, the very obvious and immediate, like, solution is just to, like intermittently, like, mute you when you attempt to interrupt me, then just continue on with what I'm saying, then unmute you as soon as I'm done. And I'm so sorry if you're taking a big issue with that. You could be a snowflake, but it's, like, really funny because you came up here calling all liberals snowflakes too. So what do you want to respond to the fact that I've been able to, like, demonstrate you as a hypocrite for, like, not believing Eugene Carroll?
Yeah, oh, bro, you have no idea. I could talk to you about that case all fucking day, bro. Like, I'm just gonna say, like, bro, you not willing to answer my question when I came in here shows that you even know how fucking soft your party is, and it's actually ridiculous.
I mean, it's a cute
You
pivot.
probably still are offended, but like,
No,
you think what?
it's a super cute pivot.
No, I just said I'm gonna answer. I'm just gonna preface this before.
Yeah,
Like,
you're
you
going to
not
preface
being
it with a
able to
deflection.
answer it.
I understand. It's like
I just said I'm gonna get
even if
back
you're
to it
telling me
in
that you're
2
still going to
seconds.
get back to it,
You're
like still
deflecting right
intermittently
now.
right now, you are like deflecting.
This is the guy that speaks for you, all fucking liberals in here, that you're all offended about it. He even knows that it's stupid that he's not even answering the question because he can't answer it, how stupid it is.
Oh,
Right?
okay. So you get to assume what I think just because I want to keep you on
You
topic.
won't answer
I mean,
the
it's super
question.
cute.
I've answered many of your questions. I literally said I'm prefacing this and I'm going back to the case that I could talk to you about the
Right.
case for hours.
What I don't answer to is deflections. And I think that's a fair
You've been
rule.
deflecting me the whole
Because
life,
listen,
bro.
if I did answer to every single deflection that every single Trump supporter attempted to make when they came up here, well, then it wouldn't even be a debate space where we were to seek truth. Because then it would just allow you to like say and do whatever the fuck you want, whenever the fuck you want, to circumnavigate around a real conversation about what you believe in and why, insofar as how and why you support the president. Like I hold a pretty hard line against deflections because if I didn't, then the space would be so unproductive. And like even like this conversation right now is kind of like evidence of that. You know, like imagine that I wasn't holding this red line against this deflection that you're attempting to commit. Well, then we would just completely forego the long conversation that we started about how you're a raging fucking hypocrite that only believes things when it furthers your narrative, just so we could entertain some completely inconsequential conversation, inconsequential to our first conversation, and talk about something else. Productivity would be out the window. We'd be all over the place. We wouldn't be furthering this conversation. We wouldn't be seeking truth. Like, that's why I hold these red lines. So I'm going to hold that red line. I'm not going to let you deflect. Answer the question. Why are you raging at me?
Everything you say could probably be like summed down to like a sentence, but like I don't know why you keep like talking like you're reading a novel. But
yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not doing like the crayon on like the paper for you. I understand that you probably need it. It's just that I'm a little bit more nuanced than that.
Okay, whatever. I don't think that E. Jean Carroll has a strong argument. I don't think is there any evidence?
Okay, so you're asking, is there any evidence? Yeah, duh. There's enough evidence to
That's a
convince the
rhetorical
anonymous jury of
question.
9. And now, second part, now you're telling me that it hinges on evidence. Well, why didn't it hinge on evidence for Abrigo Garcia's wife?
Well, I think that Abreu Garcia's wife has a personal connection to him. I mean, it's kind of like common sense why that's a more reliable source. Like, if you're fucking, I don't know if you have a girlfriend or not, but if your fucking girlfriend said that about you, or if a random girl said that about you, who would have a more reliable source? Who would be a more reliable source?
Obviously, the woman that I'd be in closer proximity to. However, you're saying that basically
Exactly.
being in closer proximity to is sufficient evidence to prove that it occurred, but like not having, therapist notes from the 90s indicating that it happened, not having those therapist notes aligned with your own testimony as well as
But
the
how do you know
testimony
those are real?
alongside the testimony of 7 others, not having, a dress with confirmed male DNA in it, claiming that this was the dress that E. Jean Carroll was raped in, and then attempting to submit it to the court, and then having Trump denied to provide his DNA back to the court to have it tested against the DNA in the dress, even though if he was truly an innocent man, it would have exonerated him of all charges. You know what I mean? It's like, obviously, I think that being closer in proximity to somebody is going to be a more reliable source. However, reliability doesn't only come from one's closeness in proximity to one else. It could also come from everything that I just detailed of the E. Jean Carroll case. And it's like now you're telling me in response to the E. Jean Carroll case, well, you're appealing to the possibility. You want to find any possibility, right, that like she is lying and that it's all fake. Like, oh, how do we know that the court documents are real? Oh, how do we know that she didn't just make up her story? How do we know that she didn't just tell her friends to make up their stories? How do we know that it was actually Trump's DNA in the dress? Maybe Trump had some possible good reason not to submit his DNA to the court, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, if we just want to be able to appeal to the possible outcomes that indicate that she wasn't raped by Donald Trump, I'll just do the same thing, like in a rhetorical sense, to demonstrate how your logic here is wrong about Abrego Garcia and his wife. How do we know she was telling the truth? Okay, well, then it just goes right back to the reliability that you find in the fact that they were married, they're in close proximity to one another. Very similarly, as it relates to E. Jean Carroll and her civil court case against Trump, it would go back to the reliability of the total preponderance of the evidence suggested in its case, his unwillingness to comply and submit his DNA, even if he was innocent, it would have exonerated him, and the lies and contradictions that were very apparent within his side of things, such as claiming that they never met one another, even though there's a picture of them two together, and him saying that he doesn't find her attractive, not his type, he'd never do that to her, even though he confused a picture of his ex-wife, who obviously was his type, with a picture of her.
You done?
Deborah, I ate.
Holy shit, bro. Like, you could easily say that in like a sentence. Basically, literally what you said. I'm going to repeat your statement in like 2 seconds. Ready? I'm going to blow your mind. You are trying to say that you're trying to compare the two cases by saying there's not enough evidence for each case. There you go. 2 seconds. Just stated your whole entire claim. Right
Yeah, actually,
there.
no, that wasn't my claim at all. So I don't know if you like listen or not. Should I repeat it all for you? Like, would you like that?
No, you don't have to repeat it all, bro.
Okay,
You literally
listen,
just
Kyle. I
said
understand that you're getting lost in
comparing
the sauce
evidence.
because you're talking to somebody that's more intelligent than you are. Let me know if you like. me to
I'm
slow
way
down.
more intelligent than you, bro. You have no idea who you're talking to.
Okay, truly. How many members are there of the House of Representatives?
I don't care, bro.
Very
Like,
nice, Kyle. Very nice. Okay, all right. What about this? How many branches of government are there?
there's 3 branches of government, bro.
Okay, what are they?
There's the legislative, executive, and the judicial.
Okay, so you're smart as a third grader. I think I'm smarter than a third grader. Sweet, sounds good. I have a question. What's a First Amendment?
You don't know what a First Amendment is?
Oh,
Dean
yeah,
Withers
obviously
does
I
not know what a First Amendment is.
Yeah, since
you
you're
don't know.
more,
You don't.
since you're
You don't have a First
since you're more
Amendment
like
right.
intelligent and
You don't-
educated than me,
nope,
can you
you
tell
don't
me
have
what the
a
First Amendment is?
right. I'm not answering that question because that's an insult to my intelligence.
It's insulting
So,
your intelligence, Kyle.
You don't know what it is. You probably need me to tell you.
Yeah, the First Amendment would be freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and freedom of press. I'm sorry that I have to be the one to educate you on these things, but it definitely just means that you can't come up here like swinging the empty brain saying that you're more intelligent than me. Just like have some humility if you don't know these things. Like I think it's totally fine to not be like educated on everything ever. And it's totally fine to not know some things sometimes. It's fine, okay? We're always learning more. But like when you're in that position of not knowing too much, don't come up here and claim that you're a big, strong man with a big brain that knows everything and so intelligent. It's fucking embarrassing.
I am more intelligent than you.
Cute. Okay. All right. Well, let's prove that in a debate. What's another reason why you support Trump?
Well, I just gave you 2 reasons. You haven't answered any of my questions. I literally asked you one simple question. I have to be at the gym by 6, so let's wrap it up. Can you answer it or no?
I think that we'll just wrap it up now, Kyle. I hope that you have a great rest of your day. I mean, you didn't respond to any of the arguments that I gave you either. I was going to allow you an attempt to just make a new argument and forget about the fact that you never answered to either of my positions. But, you know, you want to continue to be dense. We're just going to move on. Everyone give us a minute to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in the box, y'all. Welcome into You Support Trump.
Oh my God, Dean.
I'm going to take that as a no. We're going to go and put the rules back up on screen too, yo. All right, let's get that next guest loaded in. Oh my goodness gracious. I was so locked into that debate with our last guest that I wasn't even looking at the donations. Amanda Curvy Llama. We're going to call you Llama. 7 minutes ago with the $250 donation over on Venmo. Llama, oh my God. That is so incredibly kind of you. That is so much money. I do not deserve that at all, Llama. Oh my dude. Thank you so much for your kindness. Llama says this guest is so emotional. How does he call liberals soft when he's spending his jobless time on a live making himself look like an ass? Llama, I love you. Not only did you come swinging out of the gate with a $250 donation, but you also came out swinging with that fire, okay? If everybody could please show some massive, massive, massive love to Llama down below while we're hopping into this next debate, it would mean the world to me. And then one other person too, Beth. Thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Holy shit, Beth. Dude, let's pair those W Llamas with W Beths for the $100. I'm going to say the same thing to you. I don't deserve a penny of that. That is so much money. That is so kind. Now, Beth, okay, let's read Beth's message here. Beth says, my ex-husband beat me for 10 years. In my next relationship, everything terrified me, even though my husband now is amazing. You know what, Beth? I'm so incredibly sorry that happened to you. And I'm so happy that you got out of the relationship. And you do raise a good point. That's why I remain agnostic on, what Abrego Garcia's wife has said. Because, I understand that, it's I think that two things can be true at once. And, it also definitely is true that women that experience that, even in their next relationships, are so, terrified, are incredibly cautious, take all the precautions in the world because of the way that other men have treated them in the past. So I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you, Beth. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. And I appreciate you for being here. Once again, thank you for the $100 donation. And Avery, welcome in. Are you MAGA? Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump, yes.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2005.
Perfect. Libby, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo saying don't buy MAGA crayons with this money. I appreciate you for the love, Libby. Good to have you in here with us again today. You're always in here. We love you. Show some love to Llama, Libby, and Beth down below. Well, take it away, Avery. Why the hell do you support Trump?
I support Trump more so just because I am very, very right leaning, and I more so just support the Republican Party in general, rather than actually being like full blown MAGA. I think those people are extremely cringy and just don't really know what they're supporting at all. But I personally think there would be a much higher chance of us going to war had Kamala been president than Trump.
Avery, we already went to war under Donald Trump's second term in the last 200 days. It's not like a probability with him. It like actually happened.
Did we go to war?
Yeah, with Iran. It was short, but it was still definitely war, 110%. We struck them, they struck us. We told them that we control their airspace and we know where their leader is at and we could kill him if we wanted to. Yo, you replace Iran with any other country, you'd define it as war too. Imagine that we sent missiles and struck Russia. And then Russia sent missiles and attempted to strike us, but we intercepted them. And we said we control Russian airspace and we know where Putin is and we could kill him if we wanted to. Like, yeah, it's war. Let's be real. Sorry, missiles, not missiles. My bad, chat. I cannot hear you, Avery. You are very heavily.
Sorry.
You are very heavily muting your mic.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go. But I will say, it was a very small war, but still a war. It was definitely war. I'm gonna be clear.
I feel like it's an overstatement to call it war. Like
okay.
As compared to the wars that are going on in the world, like
as compared to them, it's definitely two significantly different things. I just think that they would fall under the same broader umbrella category. How about this? Tell me why you think if Harris was elected, we would have been even closer to war than we are now or have been when we had launched missiles at Iran and they launched missiles at us?
Well, personally, I feel like how just the entire Democratic Party like handled everything with
She was banned for violating the community guidelines. She just got her account sniped. For what? Okay, for what? She said like nothing that should have gotten her banned. Avery, if you're watching, I'm sorry. You know what actually the likelihood is? They got her for like being a minor. That's probably what it is. You'd be surprised what can trigger that ban. Even like how high your voice is can trigger that ban. The amount of facial hair you have can trigger that ban. You know, so when I was like 18 doing these lives every day, I still looked just young enough for TikTok's algorithm to pick up on me. And I had multiple accounts banned for apparently being a minor, even though I was an adult. So it's very possible that she was the age she is. She's 20 and just got a ban for that for literally no reason. Welcome in, Cindy. Do you support Trump?
Oh gosh, sorry. No, I'm not.
No worries. I got you. I'm going to go to kick you off. You have a good rest of your day, Cindy. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, everyone. Just give us a minute. Let's get that next guest, guys. Yo, Papa, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, saying that you're tired of these MAGA saying people on the left are soft. I'm 6'4", 265 leftist. No MAGA puppet on the planet is speaking to me like that without getting pounded into the ground. You're an icon. You know that you're an icon. Welcome in. What's going on, Judge? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Are you driving?
Yes.
Okay. God damn it. I really wish that you weren't driving because I would love to talk about how your name is judging people based upon their character, but then for whatever reason you support a rapist as president. Unfortunately, we got to move on. Everyone, give us a minute. We're going to go to get Bryce Corey loaded up in here in the meantime. Grace, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal. Grace says, Dean, I've been a supporter for so long and it's so meaningful to see somebody my age as angry as I am for fighting for a change. Grace, thank you for being here. Thank you for the $15. That is incredibly kind of you. Show some love to Grace down below. Now, welcome in, Bryce. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. Sir, why the hell do you support the worst president of your life? He's a threat to our Constitution. He's a threat to public safety. He himself is just a threat, period. I mean, he's been held civilly liable for rape and is in the Epstein files and has been lying about it. His economic policy is shit. Tell me, how can you support him?
You say he's a threat to our Constitution, and it's only the 14th Amendment, and that's because all these carols are going out without having protected sex, getting pregnant, then trying to blame it on the other guy and trying to get abortion. But tell me, when is a baby considered a baby?
It's a precious baby from the moment it's conceived. Let me tell you, Leviticus 9-1. I'm just kidding. I was trying to do the Cartman thing there real quick. Okay, can you shut the hell up? You're coming up here telling me that, oh, abortion, women don't need it because, oh, they just went out there and slept with men and they didn't wear protection and they're blaming it on the men. Okay, well, let's just correct the blatant misinformation quickly. What percentage of women that get abortion through Planned Parenthood only became pregnant because contraceptives failed?
Okay, I understand that. I don't disagree with that, and especially when a woman gets raped.
It's over half. It's 54%. Okay? And then also, I just want to put it out there. When you start arguing that women shouldn't have access to abortion because women suck, which is basically the theme of your first statement, is the moment that I and everybody else watching knows that this whole pro-life thing is just a virtue signal to shield your hate and disdain for women.
It takes two people to tango, doesn't it? It's a man and a girl's fault.
Man and girl? Well, I really hope it's not man and girl. I'd hope it's man and woman.
All right, my bad. My bad.
So are you pro-life? Do you think that abortion should be banned?
In some states, like some factors, like if a girl gets raped, she should have full access to, get rid of it.
Just say raped.
Oh, great. My bad.
Go ahead.
But, if they're out just having fun and it happens, that's not okay. I mean, it happened. Be a man about it. Be a woman about it. And just have it.
Okay. So you're basically saying that they, willfully engaged in this action that, produced a natural consequence. It's time for them to be adults and deal with that natural consequence. Is that your argument?
Yes. Are you? Well,
Okay.
Here's the thing.
I want to ask you a question now. Okay? Because guess what?
Okay.
Lung cancer is a natural consequence of smoking cigs. Liver failure is a natural consequence of drinking alcohol. So if I smoke cigarettes and drink alcohol and I get lung cancer and liver failure, are you telling me that I should just man up, deal with it, and die? Or should I be able to go to the doctor's office and get chemotherapy to terminate the life of the lung cancer and seek treatment for repairing my liver?
How's that got to do with a child?
It has to. It's conceptually related to your principle that if you engage in an argument that yields a natural consequence, you should have to, quote unquote, deal with a natural consequence. Well, if we want to extend that idea to cigarette smokers or alcohol drinkers, all that you're telling me is that if a cigarette smoker gets lung cancer, they should just have to deal with it, and they can't go seek medical treatment to terminate the life of the cancer.
That's not even close to what we're talking about. We're talking about a living being.
Okay. Well, now you're going to shift the argument to saying that, well, the fetus is a living being. It's human and alive. It has moral value. It's murder to kill it. Okay, and you're right. That is a really big difference between lung cancer and fetuses. But it's now a completely different argument. And now we can entertain that separate argument too. So this living being, the fetus, why is it valuable?
It's a living being. Like my sister just had a miscarriage. And she bawled her eyes out for a month and a half. I told her straight up, you can't do nothing about it. And she just had another baby right after it. And my question for you, because the only thing I've seen so far that you diss Trump on was his 14th Amendment in comedy. How is the 14th Amendment in a comedy shit? If you really think about it.
Okay, well, first and foremost, if now we're just going to completely move on from the abortion conversation, I want it to be incredibly clear that I asked you why you think that abortion is wrong, and at the end of the day, you just simply didn't have a response. So if you don't know why things are wrong, then maybe you shouldn't advocate for them to be illegal. But now to answer your new question, well, why is Donald Trump bad for the 14th Amendment? It's because the 14th Amendment guarantees birthright citizenship to nearly everybody that's born on American soil. And Donald Trump passed an executive order his first day in office banning birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil, explicitly contradicting the 14th Amendment. That's bad. Why is it bad? Because he just circumvented the powers vested in the Constitution and the powers vested in Congress to ratify and change the Constitution by playing dictator, consolidating that power to himself, right? It's a mark of fascism. It's authoritarianism, 110%. He doesn't have the authority to overrule the Constitution, and the fact that he thinks he does, and the fact that he's tried to, should be a large enough red line to get every American to stop supporting him, especially those that proclaim the American Patriot USA Eagle bullshit.
Oh, eagle bullshit. All right. I didn't disclaim anything from the abortion conversation because it shouldn't. It's not right. I don't agree with it because if I go out and go do something wrong, and I fuck up and have a baby, I'm not gonna be. Hey, I'm gonna give you all this money. Go get an abortion. I'm gonna man up. I'm gonna stick it to and deal with it. But what he's doing with the 14th Amendment, he's trying to do that for he built the wall. We all know about the wall, right? Okay. He's trying to stop having so many people come into this country.
No, banning birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil has nothing to do with border policy. It's just authoritarian and it's just contradictory to the Constitution. Can you address that?
Are you just gonna cut me off again?
Yeah, I did cut you off. Oh well, I don't know. I felt like it was necessary. I'll stop though.
I don't mind. I was just wondering, but I didn't come in here to argue with you because I don't agree that Trump's our best president. But from the last two that we had to pick from, we really think about it. If we go back to Joe Biden when he was the president, I would imagine you're about the same age as me, 22. Houses went up, outrageous. Property went up. Gas prices went skyrocketing. We were giving $1.7 trillion across seas for no fucking reason.
Yeah, but you want to play this game?
What game we playing?
I don't know, just blaming random things that happen in the country and the president. I could do that too. Oh, when Donald Trump was president, millions of people fucking died because of the pandemic. And obviously, because the pandemic happened in this country while he was president, he caused it. Oh, we also had the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression in April of 2020 at 14.8%. He was president, therefore he caused it. In the total of his 4 years, we lost more jobs than we gained. One of the only 4-year presidents to oversee such a thing. Terrible for the economy. His second term, inflation has risen 2.6% in the last year, skyrocketing since April. The price of every single commodity you buy in the grocery store is higher today than it was in January, outside of iceberg lettuce and lemons, funny enough. Even gas prices, they were intermittently down because he literally crashed the oil future markets, meaning that people could buy them at lower prices now. But that was an indicator of a recession. Oh, then all that money going to the other countries? What about the $100 billion our Congress just sent to give Israel more money for defense? Or the resumed funding for Ukraine that he conceded on because the Democrats were right all along? It was good for the conflict after running on stopping it.
He sent all that money because he's standing on business. That's why I like him. He built something from nothing. He built an empire from nothing. Think about it.
Wait, I have a question. What's your net worth?
Say it again.
What's your net worth? Actually, I'll rephrase that. I don't want to shit on you. If somebody's net worth is $200 million, do they have nothing?
$200 million.
Is $200 million nothing?
No, that's a good amount.
What about $300 million? Is that nothing?
That's a good amount.
What about $400 million? Is that nothing?
Well, what are we getting to here?
Well, we're getting to the fact that Donald Trump built his quote-unquote business empire by not only just overtaking the businesses that his father already ran, but also getting $400 million in inheritance from him.
I get what you're saying, but he's still a good business. You got to think about it. This dude, he's done a lot. He's done good with his own life, and he's the one running our country.
Listen, if we just want to idolize businessmen and say that rich men with a fuck ton of money are great for the country no matter what they do or how we can critique them, well, I could play this game, and it's funny because who's a better businessman than Trump? Elon Musk. He's made significantly more money in a significantly shorter amount of time. Elon Musk said that Donald Trump's economic policy is going to send this country into recession in the second half of the year and that he should be impeached. So if you're truly operating off the standard of better businessman means better for the country, well, then you'd say that Elon Musk knows what's better for America compared to Trump, and Elon Musk said that Trump should be impeached.
I'm going to have to do my research on that because I haven't heard about that yet. Elon Musk and Trump.
Yeah. But and then even about business in general. Did you know that 52% of S&P 500 companies reported lower profit margins in quarter 2 of this year compared to quarter 1? That means that they're getting smaller. Okay. And then like the annualized rate of growth of the American GDP that we're expecting today is 1.3% after a first quarter having negative GDP growth. So if he's so good at business, why is he failing so many American businesses and failing the quote unquote metaphorical American business of our GDP and its growth?
But he's not.
Yes,
Now,
it went
honestly,
down the first quarter of this year. Annualized growth rates are significantly lower than what we would expect or have historically experienced. And 52% of companies got smaller in the second quarter of this year compared to the profits that they generated in the first quarter of this year.
but it's going to take time for him to heal this country. This is all I look for, is someone to heal this country. Because tell me, how did Joe Biden help?
Oh, for sure. I'll happily give you a really long-winded explanation of all the great economic policy Joe Biden passed. But in response to your claim that he needs time to heal the country, okay, well, if what you're saying is true, then we would expect things to maybe be a little bit better for his first 200 days than how terrible they were under the Biden-Harris administration. But the reason why your argument doesn't work is because things have gotten worse.
You keep cutting me off before I get to finish.
I don't know. I don't think I cut you off there. My bad if I did, though.
Because honestly, between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, who would you pick?
Who do you think? I'm gonna pick the incredibly intelligent attorney prosecutor that has done great things for this country, that ran on policy that was designed to help us, compared to the adjudicated rapist, man that has talked about walking in on naked teenagers to look at their boobs, this guy that has sexualized 10-year-olds, a guy that was best buddies with Epstein and sent him private letters about their great secrets with pictures of naked women, that has now passed economic policy that's just taking money from the poor and giving it to the rich, then gloating it as if it's a W. I think that's a pretty fair summation of my thoughts.
Everything you just said has not been proved, though. And
everything that I've said has been proved. Like taking money from the poor and giving it to the rich, then gloating it if it's a W. Like this proof was offered by the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities as it relates to the redistribution of wealth seen under the Big Beautiful Bill, because of all of its cuts to Medicaid, food stamps, clean energy production, investment in education, energy, etc. It's expected to reduce the overall after-tax income of everybody making at or beneath $51,000 per year. So that's taking money from poor people. Now, what about giving it to the rich people part? Well, yeah, the top 1% are expected to make an additional 4 to 5% per year because of the bill. So they're getting more. Low-income Americans are getting less. That's Robin Hood for the rich, and that's now fact, right?
man, I just keep getting cut off.
Sorry.
Like I said, you seem like a good guy. I wasn't here, start like a big argument, but I want to know your actual opinion about Donald Trump and how he's not helping this country.
Well, I hope that everything that I've said in the last 20 minutes gives you a real good idea of what it is. Anything else you want to go over? Anything else you want to go over today, Bryce?
I just came out here to talk real quick because you're still not gonna convince me because.
Of course not. Because why? Actually, no. Before I kick you, why?
Why?
Yeah,
because
why is everything I just said unconvincing? I'm used to that outcome. I do these debates every day. But from a perspective of a rational mind, I just info dumped a billion facts on you and then gave you evidence to support every single one of them. And every single fact I dumped on you was specifically designed by my brain to prove your points wrong. It's after all of that, why are you still unconvinced?
Well, I've been cut off many times. I actually didn't get the opportunity to have a conversation. And it's because, let's think, most of the shit you said, I haven't heard evidence about anything. I do my research sometimes, but I work a full-time job. I don't have time to be keeping up with politics. Trump, his first term, we were fucking thriving. This country was going places. Then he lost his second term, which I don't know how that happened because he was winning. When I went to bed and I woke up, he didn't win.
Wow, they counted more votes when you were asleep? Shocker.
I got cut off again. Count that. No,
what is one good thing that Trump did for this country in his first 4 years that made it thrive?
Made it thrive?
Yeah.
First of all, kicking all the immigrants that weren't born here out of the country, because I don't disagree with people living here, but at least do it the right way.
Bro, Bro, okay, so not only did Biden have higher deportation numbers than Trump in his first term, but deportation hurts the economy. Like, how do you think a mass deportation will help the economy? Be clear in your answer here.
Be clear. Let's see. The more people we have, the higher property goes up. Higher houses go up. Higher gas prices, food, everything else. We can't feed the whole world. If we could, we would.
And the more people, and the more people that we have, because you're just saying the more people that we have, the more demand for goods that we have. But you also forget the more people that we have, the more supply of goods that we have. Okay? We can't just ignore the supply side of the economy. Sure, if you ignore the supply side of the economy and you just look at the demand side of the economy, undocumented immigrants hurt the economy because they add more demand. In fact, everybody would therefore hurt the economy because they add more demand. Okay, but why has our country and our economy gotten significantly better? Like, it's better today than it was 100 or 150 years ago, even though our population today is now like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 times larger than it was 100, 150 years ago. It's because we also have more people on the supply side of the economy. Big shocker. And in fact, undocumented immigrants are more likely to actively participate in the labor force since more of them are of working age and more of them are more likely to work in manufacturing. Like, for instance, 1 out of every 7 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant, meaning that they're more likely to contribute to the supply side of housing than legal citizens. And undocumented immigrants can't get loans to buy houses. And most renters will not accept tenants that don't have an SSN, so they're less likely to rent houses too. So if we evaluate the supply and the demand curve of housing, they're more likely to build more houses and they're less likely to buy or rent houses. What impact does that mean they have on the equilibrium price? They cause it to go down.
See, you're looking at it at the books. Like, you think that everyone follows the books. So, if it's some guy walks up, I got some cash right now. You let me rent that house. They're not going to say no. Most people will say, heck yeah, here you go. Here's the keys.
No,
but
you're just objectively fucking wrong.
No, I'm not, though.
Yes, you are. No, people that lease out their houses, they want, they're going to look for people that aren't going to destroy them and that could actually pay rent. So they're going to be more selective with who they allow to rent to. And B, they want a lease agreement. So their tenant is well within the parameters that they'd have to operate into in order to have a valid claim to the housing. And so particular laws don't apply. I forget what the name of the law is, where they basically just have a right to the housing no matter what, and they can do whatever they want to it. So your claim that most people that own housing, that rent housing, will rent off of the books is false.
I got immigrants in Michigan. I'm really good buddies where they don't have their papers, and they're renting houses from people. And they're awesome workers. Don't get me wrong. I used to work with a lot of them, but the thing is, think about it. If we don't have all these pandemics like COVID-19, or we didn't have the deep depression.
Sorry, man. You have actually successfully deflected every single thing I've said so far in this conversation. I just haven't cared. You're now boring me. Actually respond to what I'm saying. I give you an economic argument that undocumented immigrants have a positive impact on the pricing of houses. Ignored, I gave you an explanation on how when you simply just evaluate the demand side of the economy, sure, immigrants are going to have a negative impact. Everybody will, but they also contribute to the supply side. Ignored, I gave you an argument that Donald Trump was bad for the Constitution. Ignored, I gave you an argument that women should have access to abortion and that most women that do access abortion are using contraceptives to combat your first claim that they aren't. Ignored. Everything I've said so far today to you has been ignored. Stop ignoring those points. Pick one and respond to it. Don't just create a new point, or I'm going to kick you. This is the ultimatum. Respond to a point that I've already made, or I'm going to kick you.
I'm not ignoring. You keep cutting me off before I can finish.
Man,
how I just
man,
all the
it's not that you're ignoring me right now. It's that you've been ignoring me for the whole time you've been up here.
There we go again. He cut me off again. All right, like I was getting to. All right, let me finish. Do not cut me off.
Just make sure that you're actually responding to something that I said.
I am. You just gotta let me finish.
Go ahead.
Well, how I was saying, all the immigrants, all the pandemics, the depression, if the Nazis didn't happen, think of how many people we would have in this world right now. Think about the prices of houses, everything. Even though I don't I do agree that the government made COVID-19, which is fucked up. That is really fucked up. That was a government-made bullshit.
Okay, you're gonna like. Okay, now I actually gotta kick you because you're gonna get my live stream taken down. By the way, I hope that was like a very like clear example about how he wasn't responding to what I was saying. I'm over here talking about the economic impact of immigration, and he's over here saying that we'd have more people if Nazis never happened and that the government made COVID. Dude, so incoherent, so incoherent. All right, guys, we're gonna go to move on to the next Trump supporter right now, guys. Make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. We'll get you loaded in here. We're just looking for some Trump supporters to talk to. So, yeah, let's go ahead and see who that next Trump supporter is. We got Corey loaded up in that box. Yo, Ivan, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat saying, get pushed. Appreciate you for that love, Ivan. We need to bring the get pushed back. Okay, that's making a return today. As well as Sarah, thank you so much for the 15 bucks over on Venmo. Show some love to Sarah down below. They say, hi, Dean, I notice a lot of Trump supporters when losing a debate will suddenly give a personal anecdotal example to try and make their argument seem legitimate. Yes, no, they value what they see over like what is true everywhere through stats. It's very embarrassing. Em, I appreciate you for the fireworks. As well as Layla, 20 minutes ago with the $5, Abby with $1, and Haven with the 5 as well. Thank you guys so much for all of the love over on Venmo. If you're watching and you'd like to support me on Venmo or PayPal, you can find them in the link tree in my bio. All the donations go straight to this phone where I could read any and all attached messages. Like I'm going to give you all a handful right here. Andrew, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Andrew says for handling the sensitive snowflakes. Let's go, Andrew. And then, yo, business account, that's their name. Thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Show some love to business. Let's spam some business W's down below. They say that you're an inspiration to our generation, Dean, a master debater indeed. I'm sorry that you don't have more competent Republicans coming forward to debate you. I wish that we did. You know, it's fun when somebody actually knows a little bit more. As well as Karen, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. They say, is he going to carry the fetus for 9 months? Men need to realize that you don't just pop out a baby. It's hard on your body. You know, it's crazy because I'd assume that all men know that, but they just simply don't. Like, it's crazy. Thank you for the love, Karen. And then Shannon with a $20 saying, new here, but you're awesome. Well, I'm very thankful to have you here, Shannon. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for the $20. As well as Jaden, thank you for the $13 over on PayPal. Jaden, you're awesome. Thank you for the $13. Show some love to all of our donors down below in that chat, and welcome in Corey. Are you MAGA?
You're absolutely right, I am.
Oh, no, Corey. How many beers?
0.
Great.
I just got done working.
Yo, base, Corey. All right, tell us. Why do you support Trump?
I mean, where you want me to start?
Yeah, with fucking anything, Corey. I just want to know how you could support this maniac.
Well, how about I ask you, how can you support Kamala? Kamala.
Oh, you actually got it right the first time. Kamala.
Kamala. Yeah, because I heard you yesterday with all those people. So I didn't want to come and say the wrong thing.
I appreciate that. Okay. All
Like,
right.
I have respect.
All right. Base. So actually, no. I'm not going to tell you why I supported Kamala Harris in the general election in 2014, 250 days ago. You're going to tell us why you still support the president of the United States today, even after we figured out that he was on the Epstein files and he lied to us about not being there. Even after he's passed economic policy that's hurt the average American. Even after he was held civilly liable for rape. Even after he signed executive orders into law that disenfranchised, circumvented the Constitution and contradicted our amendments. Okay, that's what I'm curious of, and that's what's relevant. Tell us, why do you support Trump?
Well, I mean,
I meant to say 2024, not 2014. My bad, chat. Go ahead.
2014? Well, number one, I don't understand why the first question you asked me is how many beers I was drinking. Why is that relevant?
That wasn't relevant at all. That was a snide comment that I should have made. You got me.
And you want me to be honest with you? A comment like that? That would never come from a Trump supporter.
Oh yeah. You won't hear comments from Trump supporters saying how many.
Somebody who's a sensitive snowflake.
Oh
like
yeah.
Your apparent Trump supporters.
Well, I mean, no. Like Trump supporters will just say the N-word instead.
Well, am I saying that?
I don't know, man. Maybe in your free time.
No, I'm not. But I mean, that's just how respectful and arrogant and just how stupid.
Whoa.
All of you snowflake Democrats, Kamalas are.
Okay, my friend. You've cooked me. You've humbled me. You've exposed me for who I am. Now
You don't
tell us
gotta-
why you support Trump.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of so off topic because the first thing that you say is how many beers
Well,
I've had.
I
And
mean-
number one.
Well, I mean, like,
number one-
technically 0 is a valid answer.
Well, I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. Maybe I had 1, maybe 2.
What's that with Corey? Now you see why I asked the question.
No, I mean, I did have 1.
See,
but-
see, Corey, see, okay. So, where'd all those arrogant, snide, snowflake, liberal? I was right. Yeah, you did have a beer, okay, and it's obvious. It's obvious. It's obvious. Okay, Corey.
Oh shit. But well, nah, I mean, I do support Trump. I mean, I'm not trying to argue on here. I wanted to come on here and say, because I don't follow politics like that, but I will say you do interrupt people on here. You don't let people talk. And that's why I came on here, because you don't let people talk. You don't.
So you came on here expecting to be able to talk and say that?
No. I mean, I'm kind of very much off topic right now.
Right.
But
Right.
I do want to say that I love debating, but you do cut people off.
No, I do, man. I agree. I could work on that. 100%, Corey. Matt, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying he definitely eats beans right out of the can. Why
I
is
love
that so
eating
funny?
beans.
Okay, bye, Corey. You got our live restricted. I don't even know what you said that did, but you did, so we're going to kick you. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Roman loading up in here, as well as Brian. Thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, saying here's $25 towards the new merch design that says, get pushed. Keep it up, Dean. You know, that'd be a cool shirt. I'd wear that shit. Thank you for the love, Corey. Sorry, not Corey. Whoa, Brian. Let's see 250 Brian W's down below in the comment section. I appreciate you for the love. All right, welcome in, Roman. Do you support Trump?
Why, yes, I do.
Oh, you would be a child. Goodbye, child. We're going to put the rules back up on screen, okay? If you're going to try to join, you're going to be 18 plus, American MAGA, and ready to debate, okay? All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded into the box right now. We got Simon BR, okay? All right, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded in right now. Welcome in, Simon. Do you support Trump?
What's up, bro? Yes.
Okay, all right. What time is it?
Yo. What time is it? It's stop hitting your vape, bro. Stop hitting your vape, bro. Stop hitting the vape.
It's
The anxiety pen. That's not anxiety pen, bro. It's not.
It is.
It's not. You already know. That's a vape, bro. We seen the clip. We seen the clip, bro. It's relax. Hit it again. You're stressed. Yeah, I know. No, I actually don't support
It's an
Trump. Hear me out.
anxiety pin.
No, it's not.
It
No,
is.
it's not. No.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yo-ho,
Bro, can you-
yeah, it is,
Okay, show it
Simon.
to the camera. Show
No,
it to the camera.
no, Simon. It is. Okay? All right? Just stop. All right? It's an anxiety pin. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute so we could get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Bravology loading up in. I was trying to force myself to cry right there. That'd have been so funny if I was able to do it. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, they're not here. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Go to put a MAGA with your age down below in the comment section. You know what? I actually think that I'm like a decent actor. You know, like I'm so good at acting that I was able to convince like millions of Trump supporters that me like, you know, going crazy over the pin was serious. But like then again, like I don't know, maybe I shouldn't be hopping on my high horse. It inflated my ego. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that because maybe they're willing to accept damn near anything. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how do you?
19.
Okay.
2005.
Quick, Brandlin, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal, saying, please read this for the MAGAs. Why are they all so not smart? Keep fighting the good fight. They're just morons. Appreciate you for the love, Brandlin. That is BRANDELYN. Show some love to Brandlin down below. I appreciate you for the $25. You are awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As well as Connor with the $2 over on PayPal asking to come up. Dude. And then, yeah, once again, Matt with the $10. Okay, take it away. Why the hell do you support Trump?
Yeah. Well, first of all, you know, I really like how, you know, you try to give education out to the people, right? But I support MAGA. Well, the only thing I think I could talk about right now, just because I'm not qualified, and I'm still education right now. I'm still in college, still learning
Bro,
financially wise. So
dude, if you think that you're just still kind of learning about these things, just hang out in the live, watch, listen to what I have to say.
yeah, but
you know?
just the one thing I do support is you know not not having trans people competing in women's sports, males.
Okay.
And
so is this single-handedly what makes you support Trump?
No. But
okay, so then you're not answering the question. What makes you support Trump?
That.
Well,
okay.
So you'd rather
one of the biggest-
like all 10 of the trans women in the NCAA. You want to make their life worse, even if it means making the life of like 300 million Americans worse too. See, it's like you'd rather just like make oppressed people more oppressed than just make everybody better off.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only that. Like, I also, I feel like if we were to continue.
Actually, Aaron, have you been up here before?
No, it's my first time.
I remember you. I know that you're lying. I have a photographic memory. I very specifically remember your profile picture. We're going to move on to the next guest. I remember Aaron. As well as Cassie, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. That is KASSI. Cassie says, thank you for making my workday even better. You handle MAGA like the children they are. Dude, I don't know. I've been on a little bit of a roll recently. I've been a little bit more fed up than usual, if I'm going to be honest. Maybe I need to like bring it down a little bit. I feel like I've been interrupting more, kicking quicker, more like, disputing the arguments with a little bit more force. Maybe I just need to back off a little bit. But they are kids, just children. I appreciate you for that love, Cassie. Show some love to Cassie down below, everybody. That person is driving with like a terrible connection, so I gotta kick them. Let's go ahead and see who that next guest is. Let's get him up here. Who will it be? We got Leo loading in. And yeah, once again, I appreciate everyone so much for all the love over on Venmo and PayPal. If you want to get a message across to me or just support me in general, you can find my. Okay, I'll hold it off.
Come on, fucking rape his.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that they're just trying to say words to get the live band. We're going to move on to the next guest. We're going to get Andreas loaded up into the... I'm pretty sure that they were just saying words to get the live band chat. Matthew, thank you for the $1 over on PayPal. I appreciate that. And Cassie, once again, with the $20. Thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, that sounded very unsure. How old are you?
No, because the only reason I support Trump is because I can't support somebody who imports illegal immigrants into America to make them vote for the Democratic Party.
What do you need in order to vote? What do you need?
To be 18.
Are you 18? Wait, we should start there. There's 09 in your name. That means that you're not 18. No, in order to vote, you need to be registered to vote. In order to register to vote, you need to be a citizen with a social security number. Undocumented immigrants cannot register to vote because they're not citizens with social security numbers. And because undocumented immigrants cannot register to vote, they can't vote. Hi, do you support Trump, Harry?
Nah.
Skedaddle on out of here. Let's go to see who that next guest is. We got besties for life loading up in here. Everyone, just give us a minute. Here we go. What's up? You support Trump?
Yeah.
Age?
20. Born 2004, November 22nd.
I'll trust it for now. Why the fuck do you support Trump?
I mean, if you look at Kamala's immigration policy and Biden's immigration policy, you see how many people flooded over the southern border. I mean, in 2024, they almost impeached the Homeland Security. He was one of the first cabinet secretaries impeached.
Okay, so you said if we look at their
Because
policy,
he's
we could see
neglecting
how it caused this. So what was their policy that caused this?
I mean, it was full-on open border. You
Yeah, but like,
didn't
what was
see-
the actual policy?
They neglected the border. There isn't, like, I don't know what you want me to say.
I want you to say the policy. You told me if we look at their policy, we see this outcome. Okay, so what was the policy? What did they pass to open the border, quote unquote?
I mean, he tried to pass a border, his border act, but that didn't go through the Senate or the House even when he controlled the Senate and the House.
What actually went through the House? It failed in the Senate because Trump told people to vote against it. But you're still not answering my question. You said that he opened the border with his policy. What policy of Trump's opened the border? I'm not going to ask again. It's a very clear question to a very clear statement.
Oh, wait,
that
I
you
actually
made.
don't know his border thing, his border policy.
Okay, if you don't know his border policy, then how do you know his border policy caused mass undocumented entry into the country?
I mean, it just shows how the immigration numbers of illegal migrants crossing over the southern border.
Okay, quickly. Do you have a driver's license?
Yeah.
Okay. What is a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line mean? Woof. Okay. Yeah, he left. Why is it always such like a good question to like weed out the children? You know, it's like you can be like a minor and have a driver's license and know the answer to that question. But like for whatever reason, like minors never know how to answer the question. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Go to put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you want to come up and have a chat. I would love to talk to some more Trump supporters. It'd be great, quite frankly. That's right. We're going to go to get Creed up in here. Yo, Navy Girl 76 with a $5 on PayPal says, MAGA brains are almost impenetrable. Keep on keeping on. I appreciate you for that love, Navy. Show some love to Navy down below. What's going on, Creed? You support Trump?
Yeah, support Trump.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2005.
Okay, so you actually can't be 18 born in 05. You sold. Moving on to the next guest right now, everybody. All right, we got Jacob loading up, and here we go, everybody. Y'all, could we stop like with the children coming up here? We're gonna load Jacob up for the debate. I gotta ask this other guy a quick question, real quick though. See if he loads in. Ambush. Hello. Have you been able to find my address yet?
What's up, buddy? How you making out today? Good?
I'm doing all right. Have you been able to find my address yet?
What's your take on the due process, Dean?
Due process is awesome. Now, have you been able to find my address yet?
Dean, I could eloquently move the guest in a direction to find it, and I won't do that to you.
Okay, so you haven't found my address yet. Thank you. Hello, Jacob. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
19.
Yeah, I don't believe you for a second, Jacob. Why do we have all these children requesting? Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest. Here we go. Oh, jeez. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, you guys. This is so insane. This is so insane, everybody. We're about to put the rules back up. Hi, do you support Trump?
Cookie can mug
you. Bro, you could like hear them like stumble on like on the G and King because they like probably like lost all their baby teeth and their adult teeth haven't grown in yet, so it's just all gums. Cookie game. They were like 9. Yo, okay, all right. Yeah, we're gonna go to put the rules back up on the screen. Shit, we need them, okay? Because y'all are not following them, let me tell you. Y'all are not following the rules, dude. Come on now. Let's get that next guest loaded up in here. We got James loading up in. James says that there's 63. I think
Love
that
you,
this is gonna be a
Dean.
troll. Get
I
the-
love
dude.
you.
Dude,
I love
you, dude. Get the fuck out of here, okay? Stop it. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Okay, Nat said they're 19 down below. Nat, I invited you up. I'd love to chat if you support Trump. Let's get Nat loaded in. Here we go. Hi, Nat. Are you MAGA?
Pinche puta.
Why did you just call me a little bitch? That's not nice. Okay, moving on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute, y'all, while we're getting the next guest loaded up in here. That wasn't nice of you at all, okay? That was very mean. Dude, why are you guys being so mean today? All right, moving on to the next guest, guys. Make sure that you're following the rules if you're up in the queue. Here we go, everyone. What is going on today? Hi.
Guys, it is not a vape pen. It's an
Bro. Okay. Give us a minute. We need to readdress something in the rules. How can I make this text bigger? No, that just made all the text bigger. I was specifically trying to make the 18 plus text larger, and it just didn't work. Okay, whatever. Follow the rules! Moving on, here we go. Let's see. All right. We got Missy loading up, and here we go, y'all. Kai, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo saying, can you explain the lore behind Cookie King? So basically, I mog this guy named Cookie King, and then he thinks he mogs me, and all of his supporters do too. Fun fact. Yo, RE, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo saying, quite the stream. Time is running out to be part of the third side. The narrative is and will be that Trump let everybody down. Yeah, guys, hop over to the right side of history. Welcome in, Miss C. Do you support Trump?
I do. I have no idea how I got up here, man.
You do?
I do not.
Oh.
No, I don't know how I got
No
up.
worries. You were in the queue. It's because you were Yeah, how did that kid load back in? How did that... Wait, whoa. Did y'all just see that 13-year-old load back in? I didn't even accept him in it. Just like TikTok glitched out there. Very weird. All right. Moving on. We got Claire loading up in, y'all. Holly, I appreciate you for the $2.
Yo, butt.
I was looking. It just happened with... Let
me know your butt.
Whoa. Okay. Yo, Achilles, I appreciate you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Achilles, I appreciate you so much for the love. Calm down, Claire. Achilles says, bro, I'm giggling, keeping it up, bro. Achilles, I'm suffering. Okay. Look at, how's Claire back now? At least she's back on my screen. Okay. No, it's just a glitch. Okay. Thank you for the $15. Hi, Z. Do you support Trump? All right. We're gonna do a quick intermission here. Hi. Everybody joining us today. Thank you for being here. And yes, I'm talking directly to you. If you are a part of the 14.5 thousand people on TikTok or the 3.6 thousand people on YouTube, this message is for you. So in this stream, we do debates. We talk to Trump supporters. Why? Because I want to be able to convince as many people as possible that our president sucks. But we have rules. If you would politely redirect your attention towards the massive fucking text box overlaying my face right now on TikTok and read the rules, it would mean a lot. In fact, let's go over them together, one by one. So the first line of text that you see says, only join if. Look at that. And right below that, it says 18 plus. Do you know what that means? It means that you have to be at least 18 years of age in order to join the live stream. How about the line of text right under that too? It says American. What does that mean? It just means that you got to be an American citizen, able to vote in American elections. Now, there's two other lines of text directly under that. It says MAGA and ready to debate. What does MAGA mean? It means Trump supporters. And what does ready to debate mean? It means that when you come up here, you better be ready to give me a piece of your mind and an argument to demonstrate your points are clear. So let's all proactively focus on following these rules by not even joining the queue in the first place. If you don't fall into this category of being an American adult that supports Trump, I want to have confidence that whoever I click on in the guest requests, they'll come up here and they'll be an American adult that supports Trump. I want to have confidence that you're going to come up here and tell me that fascism is the best thing since sliced bread. Okay? Let's try it out. Let's give it a shot. Oh, let's see if we were able to do it, chat. Let's see. Are we able to do it? Are you following the massive fucking rules overlaid on top of my head right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. And you're a Trump supporter?
Well, I would say so. I mean, I have heard many things that are positive about him.
Quickly, what time is it?
For me, it's 1:30.
In the afternoon or morning?
Morning.
Do you think that it is 1:30 in the morning for any American?
No, I know it's not.
We're already failing. We're already failing, chat. We're already behind the curve. We're already failing. We're already failing, you guys. Okay. Haha. Moving on. Let's get our next guest, Leo, up here. We're already failing. Hi, do you support Trump?
You snob. You snob. You snob.
What is it? What is
you don't love cheese? You lick on knob cheese, mate. Look at you lick on knob cheese.
What are these silly British words? What do they mean? What do these silly British words mean? Speak American.
You snob.
Okay, what? Okay, how old are you?
What?
How old are you?
15.
Okay, yeah. Go play some Fortnite. Okay, well, that was definitely a word that we all know what it meant. We kicked him before he was able to finish it, so that's good. Moving on to Julie. Everyone just give us a minute to get Julie up in here. I apologize for his use of slurs, but we did get him out of here before he was able to finish it, so that's great. All right. Let's go to now load that next guest up in here, y'all. We got the next Trump supporter loaded in right now. I mean, it beats me how we could have like 15,000 people in here, just not have a single Trump supporter that's ready and willing to debate. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh, my bad, bro.
Bro, okay. See you, Landon. All right, now we're going to start another tactic, okay? Okay, you guys are going to love this tactic to get the Trump supporters up in here. There's 15.2 thousand people watching this debate stream on TikTok right now, and there is not a single American adult that supports Trump that is ready to and willing to come up here and debate me. You know what that tells me? That you guys are fucking weak, okay? All of the men out there that support Trump that are watching this live, you're a goddamn beta because you're scared of debating me. You're a weak crybaby beta, all right? Right? Yeah, you heard me. And then on top of that, you're scared. You're so scared of a 20-year-old. Whoa. Yeah, you're scared of somebody half your age. Yeah, I can't even legally drink and you're terrified of me. Yup. Beta as hell, okay? So quite frankly, grow a spine. Yeah. Quite frankly, grow a spine. Stop being a beta and come up here and debate me. All right, now let's see how that works. Shit, let's see if it works, okay? That one better work. That one better work. I have high hopes for this tactic. All right, moving on to the next guest. If you're watching and you're not a beta and you want to come up here and debate me, go ahead and put it in the chat. Put it right now. Say, I'm not a beta. MAGA. If you want to come up here and debate me. But you only do that if you're truly not scared of coming up here and debate me. Make sure that you're at least 18 American and you support Trump. Say, I'm not a beta. MAGA. If you want to come up here and debate me right now, prove that you're not a beta by putting a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you want to come up here and have a debate with me. Man. Let's see if it works. Yeah, now we got all the MAGAs spawning in down below. All right, let's go ahead and try to get a handful of them up on screen right now. Let's try to get a handful of them up here. Let's see if it works, chat. Let's see if it works. Okay, MAGA 18. All right, let's get them up here. Looks like JJ. Oh, yeah, JJ's also spamming MAGA.
Niggers.
There was a child that just wanted to come up here and say the N-word. Goodbye. We kicked them. We got JJ loading up in right now. It doesn't look like JJ connected. Okay, we got Alex loading into the live stream. Everyone, just give us a minute to get them up here. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 19. In 2006.
Okay, great. What time is it?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Hold on.
What time is it?
It's my headset bugging. Hold on.
Okay, all right. Go figure that headset out. Tara, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo saying that you tell them. Appreciate you for that love, Tara. You know, honestly, we're just looking for a single Trump supporter to debate. We just can't find them. They're scared of us. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, Tara. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the box right now, as well as Margarita. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo, Margarita.
Cookie King Moxie.
Dude, it's literally just kids. I appreciate you so much, Margarita. Margarita says, thank you for doing what you do and using your knowledge for good. Cheers. Dude, that is so kind. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much, Margarita. Let's get 500 Margarita W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. You were awesome. What's going on, TJ? You MAGA?
Yep.
All right. How old are you?
18.
Okay. Then Connor with $1 on Venmo says, I am fucking pissed. It's over for you. Okay, Connor, I will read your PayPal donation. Just give us a second here. As well as Libby with the $10 saying you're not a debater. You're a daycare service, bro. Apparently, dude. Holy shit. It's so bad today. Thank you guys for the love. I would also like to quickly thank Stefan for the $25 donation over on PayPal. Stefan says, thank you for exposing the uneducated MAGA undergrowth. Well, I appreciate you for the love, Stefan. We're going to go ahead and continue to expose how terrible these positions are. In fact, we're going to hop back into it right now. TJ, take it away. Why the hell do you support Trump?
I like the immigration laws he has.
Oh, you really? You like the immigration laws he has? Like which ones?
Yeah. Not allowing illegal immigrants in this country.
Okay, so true. So what policy has he implemented to reduce undocumented entry into the country?
ICE.
ICE is not policy. That would actually be a Department of the Homeland Security to remove undocumented immigrants that are already in the country. So are you saying that you support mass deportation?
Yes.
Okay. So would you agree that conceptually speaking, a good policy is one that produces more good outcomes than bad outcomes, and a bad policy is one that produces more bad outcomes than good outcomes?
It depends on the situation because
It shouldn't. That should always be true. It is always true that a good policy is one that produces more good outcomes than bad outcomes. It should always be true that a bad policy is one that produces more bad outcomes than good outcomes.
it depends if the good outcome affects the bad outcome. Like sending out illegal immigrants, that's a good outcome because you're getting illegal people out of this country, and they're making it a bad outcome.
Okay, how do undocumented immigrants hurt this country?
Repeat that.
How do undocumented immigrants hurt America?
They're illegal. It doesn't matter if they hurt the country. They're not allowed here if they're not legal.
Okay.
They can go through the process.
So I just want to clarify that you don't know a single way they hurt the country.
No.
Because I can name many ways that they help the country. They account for 8.3 million of our laborers. They contribute 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars to our GDP per year. They pay $100 billion in taxes per year. They prop up our industries. They're more likely to work than natural U.S.-born citizens because more of them are of working age. Right? These are all very good outcomes. This is why we should support a system of mass amnesty to just give them citizenship compared to removing them, which would be incredibly expensive to our economy. Cost our GDP trillions of dollars per year. We'd forego all the taxable revenue we collect from them and spend a couple $1 trillion to just get it done in the first place, right? But obviously, if you're just telling me that you don't really care about any of these good outcomes or bad outcomes and you just want to deport them because they're undocumented, it kind of sounds like you're just indoctrinated into a very bigoted school of thought that is not concerned with the material outcomes of policy on this country.
But why can't they wait in line and wait for their turn like other immigrants in this country?
So I don't understand your question or how it would be relevant to anything that I just
So
said. I have a question. Everybody in my chat is calling you a minor. Are you a minor?
No, I'm 18, born 2007, June 19th.
Okay, chat. Why are y'all calling him a minor? Look at his profile. Fine, I'll look at his profile. Just be honest, bro. If you're a kid, just be honest. Oh yeah, you're taking. Okay, if you're not a minor, then why are you taking pictures in like high school bathrooms?
Because I'm a senior.
Well, it actually says that you graduate in 2026. So.
Yeah, I'm graduating this year.
Okay, I guess that actually would be the graduation date of a senior. No, I think
I
that you're
just
middle
turned
schooler.
18.
I don't trust it. Sorry, man. I think that you're middle schooler. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. All right, we got that next guest, Henry, loading up in. I was looking a little bit closer. I mean, let's see. Everyone just give us a minute. Yeah, the school he had in his bio. Yeah, the school that he had in his bio was a middle school. Fun fact. Hello, do you support Trump?
I'm a child.
Cool. Let's go and see what the next guest has to say. Hi, do you support Trump? No. Shane, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love, Shane. You are awesome, as well as thank you so much for the gifts over on TikTok. Shane, with a $50 donation, doesn't leave a message and only love. Shane, I really appreciate you so much for your kindness. You know, that's going to help pay for my therapy after today. I'm definitely going to need it. Today's been rough. Thank you, Shane. If everybody watching can please show some love to Shane down below in the comment section, it'd be very meaningful to me. It is spelled Shayne. Thank you so much for the love, Shane. Welcome in, Kai. Do you support Trump? Okay, you have 5 seconds to speak before you get banned. Okay, well, they got banned. Hannah, thank you so much for the $6.44 over on PayPal. Just wanted to say how much I enjoy the joy and giggles of the stream. Well, I'm happy somebody's taking something positive away from it. Yeah, I appreciate you for that love, Hannah. Show some love to Shane and Hannah down below. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Oh, great. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what time is it?
6:42.
Okay, what state are you in?
New York.
Great. And what year are you born in?
2006.
2006. Okay, why is everybody 18 today? I kind of want to talk to people that aren't 18, but for whatever reason, everybody's 18.
I mocked you, my nigga. Shut the fuck up.
What is your race? Okay, well, apparently we won't even know because I just left. Moving on to the next guest. Literally nobody wants to talk to me. You know, I honestly, I hope that gives everybody a little bit of hope. That we could have close to 20,000 humans watching this live stream right now. And there's not like, think about it this way. The Trump administration likes to prop up the idea that they're popular. They like to prop up the idea that they have a lot of support. They like to make it feel like they hold the momentum. I hope that this live stream proves them wrong, because it is so annoying to like be live for 2 hours and only be able to find 1 or 2 Trump supporters. But the silver lining is that we could have 20,000 people in here, random people that find this live off of their For You page, not even just liberals. And no one actually supports him. Like, in reality, no one actually supports Trump. MAGA is dead. They won the election, fucked America over. Everybody then stopped supporting the presidency, and they're trying to gaslight y'all into thinking that they hold the momentum. It's just not true. MAGA is dead. And if MAGA wasn't dead, we would be able to find more than 2 people out of a crowd of 20,000 to come up here and debate. Fresh, I appreciate you for that, Galaxy. What's up, Gab? Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Okay, what year were you born in?
2003,
And how old are you?
21.
Great. Yo, Kamal, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying that I appreciate the work that you do, Dean. Thank you for being here, Kamal. You were awesome. As well as Lauren with the $10 over on PayPal, saying that you're going through it tonight. Stay strong, Tifa. We appreciate you. I appreciate that, Lauren. You're awesome. Show some love to Lauren down below. As well as Antonio. Thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Show some love to Antonio down below. I appreciate everyone so much for the love over on PayPal. Then over on Venmo, I'd like to thank Donna for the $10 saying take care of yourself. I appreciate that, Donna. You were awesome. And then Lacey with the $18 over on Venmo saying, fuck MAGA. I respect you a lot, Dean, for doing what you do. I appreciate you so much, Lacey. That is LACI. Show some love to Lacey down below. Thank you so much. And then Amanda with the 5. You guys are awesome. Now, Gab, go ahead and take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I really like how he is handling the immigration.
Okay, chat.
And-
This guest is not a minor. They told us that they were born in 2003 and that they are 21. You could be 21, born in 2003. There's no indications on their profile saying anything else. I understand that you want to spam minor because every guest before her has been a minor. So far, I wouldn't say that we have absolutely any evidence to believe that she's underage. She gave the right birth year, the right age, and there's nothing on her profile to indicate anything other. She doesn't even have posts or a bio. So right now we have no evidence that she's a minor. Go ahead and continue. Why do you support Trump?
I also graduated in 2022, so just to, let the chat.
I believe you.
So I do agree with the way he's handling the immigration issues. One thing I especially like that he did back in 2018 was reforming the justice system. And I like how he did expand the programs for rehabilitation and stuff like that.
You're talking about the
That was
First Step Act?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, the only reason why the First Step Act didn't pass under Obama is because the Republicans held off on voting for it until we had a Republican president. Second point, it was bipartisan. Everybody supported it, so it wasn't influenced by him. Third point, his approach to crime today actually contradicts the First Step Act. So the First Step Act took individuals that disseminated DRUGS off of death row. However, in this election, he literally ran on sending them to death. So if you like the First Step Act, you actually shouldn't like his second term because he's contradicting it.
Okay, can you give me an example on how he did contradict it?
Yeah, the example would be what I already stated, that being that he ran on sentencing DRUG disseminators, if you're picking up what I'm putting down, to death.
Okay, I got you. All right, well, thank you for clearing that up.
Do you mind if I ask you a
Now-
question? I used to ask this to a lot of MAGA women back in the day, and it's just something that I haven't really asked anymore, but I still think that it's true. It's like we're going to want a president that's going to be able to serve to everybody. And you as a woman, you're going to be able to want a president that's going to be able to serve to you and women, right? But Donald Trump has very long suggested forever that he doesn't care about the thoughts, wants, intentions, needs, or necessities of women. Shit, he was literally held liable for raping one. He has hit on 10-year-old girls. He has boasted about violating the consent of grown adult women and teenagers and walked into their changing rooms to look at them while they're naked and cackled and laughed about how he was able to get away with it. He said that the best thing that can ever happen to a woman is pregnancy. He's very obviously demonstrated that he does not care about women or girls, and that he does not care about the thoughts, wants, needs, attention of women or girls. So if he hasn't cared about these things outside of the Oval Office, what makes you think he will care about these things inside of the Oval Office? If he doesn't care about you, why do you care about him?
Basically, I do believe that he cares about me, personally, not personally, but as a whole, the people and where I identify in within this community. So I do believe that he does care about women as a whole, and I believe that because he is helping women.
How
I mean,
so?
I know that because he gave states the right to choose instead of doing it himself. He gave states the right to choose.
So he's
So
helping
therefore,
women by ensuring that 60 rape victims that got pregnant as a result of that rape are denied access to abortion in 10 of our states that have chose to ban it for them per day?
those are Republican states.
Right. And who do you support as a president? A Republican.
Donald Trump. And that those are the states that are doing that. The Democratic states should also be doing that.
The Democratic states should be banning abortion for rape victims? What? Do you think that victims of rape should be able to access abortion?
In a case by case,
I mean, like
it's a case by case.
all cases of rape. Should all cases of rape be able to access abortion? Do you think they should be able to?
If it is proven in a court, then yes.
Dude, you understand that only 3% of rapists ever end up going to jail because, one, a lot of victims don't want to be scrutinized by the public, so they don't take it to the court in the first place. And point number two, it's incredibly hard to prove in court. So that's why only 3% of rapists are proven to have raped women in court. This means that 97% of rapists and victims of rape never prove it inside of a courtroom. So the 97% of victims of rape that never prove it inside of a courtroom, you're saying if they get pregnant, they shouldn't be able to access abortion?
I mean, how do we know that it was caused by what they're saying it was caused by rape?
Well, I mean, I think that I'm okay with accepting them at their word.
And if they're 8 months along, that's okay. We're just going to accept them at their word.
Can you please give me an example of one elective lethal abortion at 8 months gestation? If you could give me one example, I'll even entertain the thought.
Give me 1 minute. Let me look up the name because I do remember an instance, but I don't remember the exact name. Is that okay?
The instance. And it's like you don't want to talk about abortions in the first eight months. So I just want to ask you, because you specifically made a suggestion about abortion being wrong at 8 months, does this mean that you're okay with abortions before 8 months?
Like I said, it's a case by case.
Okay, what cases do you think should be allowed to access abortion? What cases do you not think should be allowed to access abortion?
If it's a proven rape, if it is a dire medical procedure, and that's it.
Okay, but like in elective circumstances, you don't think that they should be able to access abortion? Why not?
I mean, me personally, you should just, know how to take that precaution and know how to have safe intercourse and,
Okay, so
be responsible.
Okay,
Like,
so
that's
if
what
they're
I'm
being
about.
responsible, they know how to have safe sex. Man uses a condom, woman uses birth control, and then takes a Plan B, but she still is pregnant. Do you think that she should be able to access abortion because they took all the steps to engage in safe sex, but they just simply all failed outside of their own control?
Yeah.
Okay. If they use contraceptives, they should be able to kill the valuable baby, but if they don't, then it should be banned. If I was to hold up a picture, one moment. If I was to hold up an ultrasound of a fetus that was conceived without a condom and an ultrasound of a fetus that was conceived with a condom, would you be able to point out any differences between the two lives?
Yes.
Okay. What are the differences?
You said between a person in a coma and not in a coma, correct?
No. What the helly? What the fuck?
Bro, my bad.
What the fuck? I'm just going to go ahead and read. What the hell?
My head was back and I was like, my fan's in my ear so I could barely hear. That's my bad. Go ahead. Say that again.
So you said that if they do, if they engage in safe sex, they're using condoms, they're using contraceptives, and they fail, and the woman still gets pregnant, then you think she should be able to access abortion. But if they're not engaging in safe sex, no contraceptives, no condom, and the woman gets pregnant, then she shouldn't be able to get an abortion. So answer my question. If I was able to show you a picture of an ultrasound of a fetus conceived where the condom broke and they were engaging in safe sex compared to the ultrasound of a fetus conceived via unsafe sex with no contraceptives, would you be able to clearly describe any differences between those two fetuses?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. So in other words, what you're telling me here is your position on banning women's access to healthcare has nothing to do with the life of the fetus, has nothing to do with it being a baby, has nothing to do with it possessing a right to life or being human, has nothing to do with any innate intrinsic value that it has because it's just an innocent child, and it has all to do with your thoughts and your perceptions of how reckless or not reckless the individuals involved in its conception were. Well, this just simply makes it very clear that you're now pushing the paradigm in this conversation away from protecting children to just punishing women that you think are doing things that are wrong, right? And this is like wrong for a handful of reasons, because it just throws that pro-life virtue signal out of the window. Now you're just pro-controlling women. But if you're right, and women and men that do engage in unsafe sex and then want to get abortions are truly reckless and irresponsible, then at the end of the day, you're just ensuring that more reckless and irresponsible men and women are going to be mothers and fathers to the next generations of Americans.
All right, Dean, listen. I can't do this no more. I am not a Trump supporter, but I did want to give you a little bit of debate.
Moving on. Here we go, everyone. Just give us a minute, bro. Okay, so we've gone on for about an hour now without a debate. I want to make that clear. Okay, everyone, just give us a minute to get that next person loaded into the live right now. Yo, Jeffrey! Dude! Jeffrey, my man, thank you for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Holy crap, Jeffrey. If everybody watching right now could please show some love to Jeffrey down below in that comment section right now, that'd be incredibly kind. Let's get 500 Jeffrey W's. Jeffrey, that is so much goddamn money. Thank you for the $50 donation. Jeffrey says, keep up the good fight. It'll never end, Jeffrey. I love what I do, even on really annoying days like this where all the Trump supporters are scared. I appreciate you so much for the love. As well as Amber with the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Amber. Everybody show some love to Amber. Amber says, you have 3 generations of women watching you from my house. Keep educating people. The orange bums can get pushed. Hell yeah, Amber. To Amber and the other 2 generations, I love y'all so much. And then also, Markella, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal as well. You are phenomenal. Now, welcome in George Washington. Do you support Trump? Mandy, thank you for the galaxy.
Fucking shit. Oh my god.
Dude, it is literally fetuses and trolls all day long. Wow, we're going on an hour and a half of just fetuses and trolls. Chat, we have to be able to stop doing this. Like, we have rules. We're going to go to put them back up on screen. When you guys break the rules, there's just simply no point to the live. Okay, I'm just going to like literally randomly accept up a whole panel of people and just simply hope that like one person off the panel is following the rules. I truly don't know why it is so fucking difficult for people to grasp rules. In fact, that's the wrong text box. Give me a minute, everybody. Give me a minute, y'all. We're gonna try to get that next guest up in here. We're just still like spam loading in guests. There we go. Yeah, we literally have like 4 people loaded in now. We're going to continue to load people in. We're going to try to get some Trump supporters in here. Everybody just be patient, y'all. All right, everyone just be patient. If you're one of the people loading in, just hold off a minute.
I didn't realize I was on a request. That's my bad. I am so sorry.
Okay. All right, everyone just give us a minute, y'all. Okay, well, there's 1 down already. All right, Dixon. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and invite you all to unmute. Dixon, are you MAGA?
Stop hitting that vape, Dean.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and assume that that's a big fat no. Amber, are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I am.
Age?
19, 2006.
I hear you deepening your voice, buddy. Period, are you MAGA? They're not here. Arthur, do you support Trump?
Listen, yeah, but I'm 15, but I do support Trump.
Okay. All right, everybody. So out of a panel of 7 people, 1 person was following the rules. Can we do anything about that? Can we fix that? Can y'all just like follow them? They're right in front of your eyes. Like, good God, people. Amber, please unmute. So
Hello.
You said you support Trump.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What time is it?
3:59.
3:59. Sorry, I thought I heard that. I thought I heard a quick British accent. Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I feel like he does a really good job keeping the black and Mexican people. My bad. Oh my God, my bad. I did not mean to say that. What the heck? Oopsie.
Turn on your camera right now. Turn on your camera right now. turn on your camera right now. I'm just gonna kick them. I think it's possible that was a troll. Like, that is not okay to troll about. Like, I'm pretty sure like they meant to do that as like a joke. You can't joke about that. Bro, never do that again. Like, that is just so wildly unacceptable. We're going to move on to the next guest. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 31 years old.
And why do you support Trump?
Because I'm Homer Simpson, motherfucker. Okay, I'm sorry. I love you, Dean.
Chat. All right, we're going to get down to the brass tacks. We're going to get down to the brass tacks here, everybody. I'm going to end my live in 10 minutes if we don't get a debate. And I'm going to go spend the rest of my day cooking, cleaning, playing piano with my friend. And playing piano with my friend, okay? There's 10 minutes left. If we don't find a Trump supporter in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to end the live stream. So let's hope we can. Let's hope we can. By the way, if you're watching and you want to support me and help pay for my therapy bills after this, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of all the proceeds over on those platforms. They go straight to me, as well as if you're watching on YouTube and you'd like to support, they're in the pinned message. I appreciate everyone so much for all the love today. What's going on, Terrence Lewis, 76? Are you MAGA? Okay, they're not here. We're going to go and move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. Hi, do you support Trump, Sam?
Meow.
Okay. All right. All right, we have around 9 minutes left on the clock, everybody. We have around 9 minutes left on the clock. If you're watching and you truly want to come up here and debate, just let me know in the chat. We've been through over 30 or 40 guests, and not a single one has been following the rules. Hi, Tyler. Do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean. I love you, Dean.
Yeah, Tyler, you're not banned. Hi, Destruction. Do you support Trump?
I just want to say I got the same name as you. I support you, man. Keep doing.
Okay, guys. I appreciate you guys, but please stop it. Yeah, I'm honestly at a point where it's like, I'm going to be honest. Like, I want to end. The only reason, like, why I haven't ended yet is because y'all don't want me to. But, like, right now I'm at the point where I just want to end the stream. So I apologize if, like, I'm low energy or anything. I'm checked out. I'm ready to leave.
Why don't you just rip your anxiety pen?
Oh, Jake, are you MAGA?
Like, nah, I was just.
All right, moving on to the next guest. We got Daddy Steve. Hi, Steve. Do you support Trump?
Hey, man, what's going on? Yeah, it took long enough. All these fucking trolls.
Yeah. Are you driving right now?
No, I'm sitting outside, though.
Cool. Steve, I actually want to ask you a question about all those trolls real quick. So, I mean, it's been around an hour since I've had a debate with somebody. And right now we have close to 20,000 live viewers. How does it make you feel that MAGA is dead?
Well, I don't know if it's all MAGA that's trolling.
No, I don't think it is. I think that they're like children and liberals, right? Just having fun. But like the reason why we don't find any debates and it's only like children and liberals trolling is because there's no Trump supporters. Like Steve, I'm going to be honest with you, right? Like these streams get like hundreds of thousands of people that will go in and out of them in like the time span of like an hour. And out of like the 100,000 people that have come in and out of this stream in the last 60 minutes, you are the only Trump supporter that I could find to talk to.
That is ridiculous. I've been listening for the past hour, just sitting out here chilling. And all the vulgarness that's been coming through these idiots. It's making everyone that is actually supporting Trump for who he is, not about the party, is really fucking stupid. And it pisses me off. I don't support.
I also just think it shows that there's not a whole lot of Trump supporters left, Steve?
I agree, man. I agree. I'm not a Republican supporter. I am a Trump supporter based on what he has said. whenever he was running.
Okay, really? So why do you support him today? Let's hear it.
So, his term's not over. It's year 2, whatever, or year 1. I don't know anymore. I work a lot. But he said the taxes and shit, about not paying income tax anymore.
Okay. No, I get it. I get it. You hear a president say that they're literally going to get rid of income tax. You support that, Steve. Not only is it never going to happen, but we know that with certainty because he already passed his tax revision policy for the next 10 years, which is the current taxes we have right now and the taxes that we already did under the Biden-Harris administration, but with more cuts to make low-income Americans spend more.
Yeah, which is bullshit. What he was promising versus what we are getting is that all him, or is that the Republican Party pushing that to him to get the votes to get it passed?
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be a culmination of both, but I think that he's just going to lie to you. Like, obviously, no, he's not going to get rid of income tax. He supports the big, beautiful bill. That was Trump's big, beautiful bill. That's what he called it. He told everybody to get it passed, and that was just the same taxes we've already had. So, I mean, you're telling me that he made all these promises that he hasn't fulfilled and that it's upsetting you. Well, maybe that's what has made so many people stop supporting him, Steve.
I mean, I agree. If he didn't come down here in 2017, when we had this really bad tornado, and shook my hand personally whenever I was helping the community out, getting people out of the area of the tornado. I'm not going to go into detail. I go to therapy because of it. But he shook my hand, and him and his wife were very helpful. That's the only way,
Dude, Steve, but you think about it here. You don't support him because of anything that he's doing for the country. You support him because he shook your hand, okay? I like shaking a president's hand is cool. Maybe not Trump, but just in general, I get it.
Like, it could have been Obama, dude. Okay,
I'm sorry, guys. I'm not going to torture myself with that. The only reason why I let that conversation go on for as long as I did is because he's the only Trump supporter in here. But he's literally telling us that he doesn't give a fuck about what he's doing to the country. He just gave him a handshake. Like that's obviously not worth my time. That's obviously not like an intellectual argument that is worth quote unquote debating. Riley, thank you for the 10 Australian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat, saying it's equally frustrating as viewers to see your fans join. We all love and support you, but you are so clear with your rules. Keep up the great work and continue to uphold your boundaries from Australia. I appreciate you for that love, Riley. Yeah, fucking banned! Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. We're going to go to put the rules back in the middle of the phone screen. Everyone, just give us a minute. Megan, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo, saying happy Friday. I appreciate you for the love, Megan. Then Sid, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Sid. I appreciate you for being here. You know what sounds good right now? Q&A. I want to try to find one Trump supporter. I've been looking for an hour. I cannot give up the hunt. Evelyn, thank you for the $10 over at Venmo, saying thank you for everything that you would do. Would love some piano streams. Maybe soon we'll bring them back. And then Laura, 4 minutes ago, the $25 donation over on Venmo for the mental stress caused by all of the rule breakers. Laura, I appreciate you for the $25. You were awesome. Let's get 250 Laura W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. As well as Serenity with the $10, and I hope that you're having a good day despite all the rule breakers. Despite all the rule breakers.
I'm gonna leave.
Banned. I'm just kidding. It didn't seem like you meant to, so I'm not actually going to ban you. As well as Lauren with a 5. And then Erica with a $5 as well over on PayPal. Thank you guys so much for the love. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. We're only looking for debates, guys. We're only looking for debates. If you find yourself in the queue, it means it means that you're a Trump supporter. Hi, Zabi. Are you a Trump supporter? Are you MAGA? Do you support him?
Yeah.
Okay. Man, dude, your mic is terrible. What is going on?
1 second.
Okay, please.
Hey, close the door.
Okay. Now, do you have any type of Bluetooth device connected to your phone?
Okay, hello? How's that?
Oh, dude, it's so much better. Oh, are you like a middle-aged, like Southern guy that supports Trump? Out of curiosity, quite frankly?
Yeah. I'm 30.
Yeah. You're who we're looking for. All right. I'm going to thank one more donor, then I'm going to pass the mic off to you. Beth, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, saying, I'm sorry you can't find a good debate tonight. Take some time for yourself instead. Well, that's what I was planning to do. I told y'all 10 more minutes, but this guy came in the brink of time and saved the stream. Beth, thank you for the $25. Show some love to Beth down below, chat. Let's get 250 Beth W's, as well as Matt. Thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. And Carrie and Kai, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, Matt, Kai, and Beth. Now take it away. Why the hell do you support the evil doofus Donald Trump?
One of the biggest reasons is, and this is something that I get into with my.
Oh, don't tell me. You're lagging. You're lagging.
No one can seem to tell me the difference between human rights and freedom.
Okay. You gotta restart. We gotta restart it all because you had a moment of MAGA mobile there. Dude, I need you to be able to save your internet. I need you to be able to save your internet. Okay, try it again. Try it again. Why do you support Trump?
To start, basically, I get into a lot of debates with my brother. He's liberal, and one of the biggest arguments we always get into is the human rights and individual free will sort of concept. So, biggest thing with that is under Trump, people have the individual rights to do what they want, to be who they want to be, so on and so forth. While from my brother's side, human rights and security trump individual freedoms. I don't believe that.
Human rights guarantee individual freedoms.
No, because even in that sense, I've had a lot of individual freedoms taken while under Democratic presidencies than under Republicans.
Okay, let me ask you about this. Would you support your individual freedom or right to buy and own a gun being taken from you if it meant that it would save the lives of more children?
No.
Okay.
I honestly think...
So I just want to clarify, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I am in the middle.
There's no in the middle. You either think it should be legal or illegal.
I'm pro-life in the sense.
Okay.
The only
so now tell me why you think that women should lose access to abortion, and it better not be because you think it'll save the lives of more children. Because you just told us that you shouldn't lose access to a piece of metal, even if it were to save the lives of more children. But apparently women should lose access to their own bodies if it saved the lives of more children. So let's hear the argument.
And no, because here's the argument I always make, is that people should not be rewarded for being stupid. If you're going to do stupid, you need to suffer the consequences. But in terms of rape, in terms of incest, in terms of medical issues, I can understand that.
That is such a caveman take. That is such a caveman take. When you tell me that women should literally lose access to what they can and can't do with their bodies because we shouldn't quote unquote reward stupid. Well, all you're ensuring is that the family unit will be destroyed and our children will be worse off. When we advocate for pro-life legislation, we shift the family dynamic away from financially well-off adults that consent to starting a family, that desire to have children, into forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls into becoming moms and dads because you think they're fucking stupid. And guess what? If you think they're stupid, well, we probably shouldn't be forcing stupid people to raise children, okay? Because what kind of impacts will that have on the kids? And two stupid people that are unready to start a family with a child that's now coming into their life that's unwanted, what is that going to do to the kid? And all because you can't get past the idea that some women uphold different values in the context of romance, intimacy, and sex than you do? And goddamn, even if engaging in unprotected sex is stupid, which I agree it is, okay, I think that if that causes pregnancy and then that causes a woman to terminate that pregnancy by getting an abortion, that is dealing with the consequences. Spending $500 and undergoing an incredibly invasive procedure on one's own body is definitely dealing with the consequences. Still yet having to deal with the mental trauma and anguish onset prior to scheduling your abortion, being there and getting it done is dealing with that shit. That is definitely dealing with that shit. So if it's just all about consequences for stupidity, well, I mean, hopefully we could agree here that the women here have definitely already suffered enough.
Okay, and with that, here's the other part that comes into play. At least from my perception, I know I've done research and statistics doesn't really support it, but from what I've seen, even in starting with abortions, it demoralizes human value, human life. And so from what I've seen in my perception is the more you devaluize, you got to start somewhere. If you devaluize human life, it's going to start seeping into other aspects. So a lot of the things that I've seen, and it's been huge on like TikTok over the last few years, where you'll have different age groups, and they'll just go and just for the attention, just because they don't care, just for to silence, to censor, they will literally go and just beat the crap out of anyone just because it's funny.
Okay.
That's demoralizing human value.
Well, I don't know if people are beating other people up because of women have access to abortion. But I mean, I want to talk about the overall concept there of, it's never a good thing to devalue valuable life because then it will only grow and compound. Okay, well then you wouldn't support Trump. He calls humans illegals, and he says that these humans are poisoning the blood of our country. He's been stripping human rights away from these humans, such as the human right to due process, deporting Abrigo Garcia illegally to be beaten and tortured in Secot for 3 months, or deporting planes full of Venezuelan immigrants back to Venezuela without them seeing their day in court, leading federal judges to say, well, now I have enough evidence to hold you in contempt because you deported them without due process. All right. I mean, all of these things, right, definitely amount to a devaluation of valuable life. And these are all things that your president that you support are doing. So why are you a hypocrite? Why is it only condemn, compel, and control the women when you think they're devaluing human life, but it's not condemn and revoke your support from the president when he definitely is systemically devaluing millions of human lives?
And to go in with that, you're right. I don't fully support how he's handling the immigration process. I feel like it could be, they could go a different route with that. It could be a little simpler. It could be a little bit more, they could handle it with a little bit more due process. I do agree in that sense. But with that as well, I also agree that if I like to think of America as our home, not just as a country, not as just a group of people that live together in one landmass. I think of it as a home, just like you think of a job, a company, it has to be a home. Do you let random people come into your home and just do whatever they want?
Okay.
I agree they need to come over legally.
Can I test that
and there
theory
is a
real quick?
process. Sure.
If you think that America is a home to Americans, I have a question. Is it okay for you to sleep and live wherever you want in your home?
Yes.
Okay, so like homeless Americans, you also agree that it's okay for like tent cities to pop up anywhere? Homeless individuals, you think that we should remove like any and all terms of ways of prevention to stop homeless individuals from like sleeping in like roadways, streets, sidewalks, etc.? Like you think that it's totally fine for like homeless individuals to like set up encampments in public parks and whatnot because at the end of the day, it's just their home?
No.
Oh,
but
wait, why?
with that,
wait.
hold up.
In your home, it would be okay for you just one night to decide to sleep on your couch. So, in like the homeless individuals' home of America, why isn't it okay for them just one night to decide that they want to sleep in a public park?
Because here's the sense. You can sleep on a chair, you can sleep on a couch, you can sleep on your bed, wherever. But I'm not going to go and just sleep on the floor. I'm not going to go sleep in the kitchen. There are places where you can sleep. And even with the homeless, I don't believe they should just sleep anywhere, but there are some things, like even in Washington, they have a program where they're setting up like those mini houses for the homeless. Situations like that, where they are building a community for the homeless. I agree with that. I can even.
Oh no!
Because areas where they're taking.
Oh.
Sorry, they're taking available land or lots, and they are setting it up for homeless.
Okay,
so
point number one, you said that you wouldn't sleep on like the kitchen floor in your house. Okay, and I wouldn't eat avocado toast. But that doesn't mean that people that do eat avocado toast are doing anything wrong. I just have a preference against it.
Correct.
Right? So it's like, no, there's not actually anything wrong about sleeping on your kitchen floor. It's just like you probably have a preference against it for multiple reasons. Right? I think it's perfectly fine for you to sleep wherever you want in your home. And if America is the home of Americans, why don't you think it's perfectly fine for Americans to sleep wherever they want in their home?
Well, one, and even in that sense, I would think that everyone can agree that homeless people can't just sleep wherever, because it then becomes a safety hazard. It becomes a safety hazard for them and for others. Say they're like on the sidewalk. We got a huge issue with drunk drivers. How many times do they jump the curb? And in that situation, they could potentially, and it's a complete hypothetical. It's a theory. I'm not saying it could ever happen. I don't know if it has ever happened, but it could happen.
Listen, the answer is just to say that no, the country of America is not analogous to a home. Like that's just the conclusion. And there's like a billion of other ways to make this argument as well. You know, like another way to make this argument is you agree that there's an open border between Nevada and I don't know, let's see here, Nevada and California, right?
I believe so.
So does this mean that because there's an open border between Nevada and California, do you support there being an open border between Nevada and California?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you support everybody from Nevada going into the home of everybody in California with an open border with no control, no restrictions, why aren't you okay with just letting undocumented immigrants come and stay the night in your home with no control and no restrictions?
Well, because in the sense that even in an open border between California and Nevada, you got two people from two different states. They all have social securities. They all have a driver's license. And no matter which way they go back and forth, they can be tracked through the American system.
Okay, so you're saying that the reason that you support mass deportation is to ensure that everybody in the country is like identifiable and can be tracked, quote unquote? That we know everybody who's in the country?
Well, I don't agree with it, but yes.
Okay. Well, here's a counterpoint. There's other policy means that we could use to make it so everybody in America is identifiable quicker, right? Like for instance, mass amnesty is a way to identify every single undocumented immigrant in this country and to give them a pathway to residency or citizenship. Like this will make it. This will be significantly easier and will be done and could be done significantly faster than mass deportation. And the reason that I'd say that is because undocumented immigrants don't want mass deportation. They're going to try to evade mass deportation because it hurts them, but they would want mass amnesty. So they would like chase mass amnesty because it would help them. Meaning that pragmatically speaking here, it would just be easier and faster to do, meaning it'd be easier and faster to identify everybody in the country through mass amnesty compared to mass deportation. And if your big issue is just wanting to ensure that everybody in the country is somebody that we can identify, well, then obviously you would support mass amnesty over mass deportation because it would ensure that we could identify everybody in the country faster.
Everybody. It's a possibility.
It's not a possibility, it's a fact. You know, argue that it's like, give me the argument that it's just a possibility, not absolutely abundantly, obviously true. Like we have millions of people. Okay, if we want to identify the millions of people in the country, what tool is going to be easier to do that? The one that they don't want that's going to hurt them, or the one that they do want that's going to help them?
And again, that only works for, like, I would say, probably a better way to word this, but the good ones, the ones that want to be here legally, who are actually escaping from something. But there are those, not trying to generalize or anything, but there are those who want to be here. They don't want to be on the radar. They want to get away with doing whatever.
Like crimes?
Yes.
Okay. So what percentage of total violent crimes do undocumented immigrants commit?
If I remember correctly, it's been a few months since I've done the research. I think it was somewhere between 4% and 6%.
No, they account for 4 to 6% of the population, but they only commit 1% of total violent crimes. In fact, they're 3 times less likely to commit any and all crimes compared to natural U.S.-born citizens. What does this mean? That only a very small portion of undocumented immigrants in this country are like violent criminals that are committing violent crimes. And because of that, if we were to offer mass amnesty to undocumented immigrants, I agree, individuals that are committing violent crimes, etc., are not going to want that. They're going to run away from that too, because it wouldn't qualify them, right? And the solution there is just to deport undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses. And that's something that we would do, but this just means that the overall pool of immigrants, undocumented immigrants that we would be deporting, would just be significantly smaller, since we would only be looking to deport those with prior violent offenses, outstanding warrants in other countries, et cetera, compared to every single undocumented immigrant. Now tell me what is easier, to deport like 12 million undocumented immigrants or like 100,000 undocumented immigrants?
In that situation, yes, 100,000.
Right.
And
So,
with it,
so like obviously, right, we would still yet be able to identify everybody in the country faster if we were to offer mass amnesty to any and all undocumented immigrants without prior violent offenses, outstanding warrants from other countries, or crazy non-violent criminal offenses, while then still deporting the remaining individuals with prior violent offenses, outstanding warrants, etc., simply because the overall pool of individuals that we would be deporting would be significantly smaller than a mass deportation of every single undocumented immigrant in the country.
Now, let me ask you this, and this is from like personal experience. I've had 15 friends and family members who have been raped by undocumented immigrants between California and in Arizona. And what's happened with that every single time, and it was done in large groups. Every single time it was reported to the police.
I just want to let you know, like, I'm not going to call you a liar, right? Because I'll just let you make the argument nonetheless. But the likelihood or probability of there being like a single American that personally knows 15 people that were raped by undocumented immigrants is like very close to zero. But go ahead.
In that situation, the thing that they got told was they can't do anything in California because it was a sanctuary state.
Oh yeah, now you're a fucking liar. Yeah, you bullshit fucking bold-faced liar. Fuck you. I'm sorry, I'm not going to hold back on you in the slightest. Shut the hell up. If there's a case of rape that is committed inside of California by an undocumented immigrant, the state pursues, finds the criminal, and charges them with a crime. You big fat liar. Why would you even lie about this? It's so incredibly disrespectful. You are just pushing the propaganda. Dude, like, I hold such a negative view. Like, I think that this is Hitler shit. And the reason why I think this is because you are targeting and systemically persecuting undocumented immigrants, taking their humanity away from them, painting them to be a villain, while then also saying anybody that supports anything but their immediate removal to torture prisons in El Salvador are like also incredibly evil villains too. Because now you're saying that California wouldn't pursue charges because it's a sanctuary state. It's just such a bold-faced lie that has very real and very dramatic real-world outcomes. You know, my grandma, her best friend, is from Mexico, and she's had so many teenage boys come up to her and say, "Get the fuck out of my country. Go back to your own country." There's so many Latino individuals that have been hate crimed, that have been killed. It is absolutely disgusting, and all this shit, and at least in part, is outcome of rhetoric that you're spewing right now. I think that the rhetoric that you're spewing is absolutely disgusting. Lying about individuals getting raped by undocumented immigrants, then lying about those states not pursuing charges against the violent undocumented immigrants that committed the crime. You are trying to scare Americans into thinking that that immigrants are violent criminals that are reckless and uncontrollable by any figure of authority. The outcome of this is uprising of the said scared Americans against the immigrants to fucking kill them and be the authority themselves. It is, I don't know why you do this. So disgusting. Don't even lie about that shit, bro. It pisses me off.
That would be, but I do my best not to lie. Trying to set an example for my kids.
I just don't believe you for a second. There's not a single local police force, state police force, federal figure of authority either that will not pursue a charge of rape because they're undocumented immigrant.
Let me give you a specific example. My cousin, a few years ago, she was only 7 at the time. My family, we don't have a problem. We usually haven't had a problem with illegal immigrants because my family in California, we usually hired them. And my aunt, she allowed them to move into her house. They would help pay with rent because they were low income. So they would allow these people in. They would give them a place to rent, food, stuff like that. My mom's side of the family, they've done that. They all do that. But they stopped doing it when a few years ago, my 7-year-old cousin came out and she was bleeding down under. She came out and she said, they touched me down here. And when they called the police, they're all like, she's a child, she could lie. So that's what happened. And that was from 4 individuals in that house that were illegal.
Yeah, and I don't believe him. I'm going to be honest, I don't believe you. So I'm going to kick you because I think that rhetoric is incredibly harmful. I don't even know why you'd lie about something like that. Why would you lie about something like that? Like, dude, why would he lie about something like that? Like, that is just so gross. That is so gross. If a child comes to you bleeding, saying that they were raped, and you call the cops and you tell them that, they're not going to say she could be lying. In fact, every single police force in this country is legally obligated to respond to every single call. You could call the police, like butt dial them, not even say anything on the phone. Your local police force is legally mandated to show up to your door, make contact, and ensure that you're okay. And this guy's over here telling me that he called the cops about a 7-year-old girl that is bleeding between her legs after getting raped, and the cops won't even show up and they call her a liar. That is fiction. That is 110% fiction. What's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 34.
Nice. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Awesome. Well, before we hop into the debate, there's a handful of people I'd like to thank you real quick. Let's see. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $10 over on Vimeo. I appreciate you for the love. Saying, tell them if I didn't have access to abortion, I would have died. I wish I would have seen that earlier, Chelsea. I'm so sorry that I didn't, but I appreciate you for the love because I remember when that was relevant to the debate, and I'm so sorry to hear that about. And I'm happy that you had access to abortion as well. Show some love to Chelsea down below, y'all. Thank you for the $10, as well as Angel with the $10 over on Vimeo, saying, keep going, you're great. Thank you, Angel. You were awesome. Thank you for the $10. And then, yo, Claudia, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Dude, Claudia, you are awesome. Holy crap. Claudia says, thank you so much for advocating for women's rights. It's absolutely astonishing to find a male who could advocate for us. These guys that come up in here saying that we need to give up our bodily autonomy, yet they won't, is hypocritical and is just so upsetting. That last guest was so freaking upsetting, man. Especially this shit that he was lying about towards the end. Oh my God, that just hurts to hear. Claudia, thank you so much for the $100 donation. That is so much money. Thank you for your kindness. Very seriously. Thank you. As well as Anne, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Anne. And yeah, I did stop that conversation. Anne, you were fantastic. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 W's for Anne, as well as Iris. Thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Karen with a 5 and Kathleen with a 5 as well. Now, we're going to go and hop into the debate. I sent you an invite to unmute. Hop on the mic. Tell us why you support Trump.
No, you probably remember me at the sort of with the hypocritical stuff. I don't know if you remember. And then I got banned. Something I said. You probably remember. It's a couple Fridays ago. So I was kind of hoping to continue that conversation and instead of talking about what we're talking earlier, so I don't get into trouble because I don't mean to.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we've already talked, so I'm going to move on to the next guest. I tried just to talk to one person one time, as well as you had a little bit of a lag on the mic there, but I appreciate you. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, guys. We got Soup Kid 166 loading up right now, y'all. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
17.
I don't even know why I go through the process. Like, obviously, he was a kid. I don't even need to ask. Guys, go ahead and throw a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you'd like to come up and have a debate with me. Once again, if you're watching and you'd like to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of all the proceeds over on those platforms. And I appreciate everyone so much for all the love today. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, which one is that? DA? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
2007. And what time is it?
7:33, New York.
Name 3 cities in New York. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Let's go to see what that next guest has to say, quite frankly. All right, we got Blue Man loading up into the box. All right. Oh, it looks like he didn't connect. Moving on to the next guest right now, y'all. We got Carter loading up in. Let's try to get that next guest connected, so hopefully we can have a debate here shortly. Welcome in, Carter. Do you support Trump?
Kill the niggers.
You was disconnected incredibly quickly. Hello, Jordan. I just disconnected them both. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. I'm sorry that you guys had to hear that. All right, let's see. Welcome in, Aquaman. Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, goodbye. If we're in the queue, guys, we have to be MAGA. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and throw the rules back up on screen. Make sure that you're following the rules if you want to join. We got the next guest joining right now. Hello, Athena. Are you MAGA? Okay, Athena left. Moving on, we got Thugger loading up into the box. Here we go, everybody. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 15.
Okay, gotta be 18. Look at the middle of the phone screen, my friend. Look at the middle of the phone screen before you request. Everybody right now, do it right now. All right, moving on. Here we go. All right. There's somebody in the queue named Mama Kim that I really want to bring up. Where are they? Mama Kim? Oh, there she is. Oh, Mama Kim, hello. Do you support Trump?
Hi, I do.
No, you really shouldn't. He's a very bad president.
Oh, well, that's what I'm here for. So we can get started whenever you're ready.
I am ready. After I thank
What would you
Kaylee
like?
for the $5 and Hannah for the $5 over Venmo. Kaylee and Hannah, you guys are awesome. Thank you both. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Oh, I'm not sure where I want to start. I should probably first start by saying that I don't support Trump based off of anything other than his policies and the things that he stands for. I believe that we need a businessman in office, not a politician. I believe that he is a very polarizing figure. But what it comes down to is that he's not everybody's cup of tea. And I get that. I do. But he works towards the policies that we need in the country. And I know you were talking earlier about abortion and immigration and all of that. I'm just here to say whatever you want me to talk about, you let me know.
Well, no, I mean, I usually let my guests control the conversation. So, I mean, you just told us that he's working towards the policies that we need as a country. So, do we need 10 million low-income Americans to lose access to healthcare? Because that was one of the policies he passed.
No, not necessarily. But what I'm trying to say is you're talking about controlling the abortion, you're talking about immigration, things of that nature. So my thought process on that is he is trying to do for our country first, where every other country does for themselves. But yet, the last people that were in office, Biden and his crew, were sending all of our aid over to foreign countries when we have homeless people here, veterans that aren't getting taken care of. We have things going on our own ground. And I will say this, America started on the grounds of everybody being an immigrant. So the Indians were here, we came over. As far as that goes, I just feel like in any other country you go to, you have to have documentation to go. You have to have a passport, whatever. I believe I'm okay with immigrants coming here, but they need to do it the same way we have to when we go to Canada or Russia or wherever we go.
Okay.
So that's where
So
I'm
first
big
and
on
foremost,
for that. Mhm.
let's call Native Americans Native Americans. Second of all,
Oh, okay. Native Americans, okay.
Okay, then second of all here, at the end of the statement, you kind of, started going into immigration. However, I want to talk about
I
what you
did.
brought up before immigration, because you talked about how the Biden-Harris administration was sending money overseas to fund wars. Are you talking about their funding for Ukraine?
Not just for Ukraine, just for everything ridiculous that shouldn't have been sent. There's
Okay,
a
like what? Like what
ton of
money?
money that was sent over there. They sent money for dumb stuff. There was stuff sent over there for people over there to get like the surgeries so that they could like
Dude,
change their gender and all that
where?
stuff.
Wait,
And
where were we
yeah,
paying for sex reassignment surgeries in other countries?
yeah, we were. We absolutely
What
were.
I'm just curious, like what country?
Um, Honestly, off the top of my head, I can't think
Okay,
of what
okay.
exactly the country was,
Okay, no
but I
worries,
do
no worries.
follow the policies. Yeah, and just so
I
I
have a
let you
question.
know,
Would you rather $50 million be spent on Sesame Street in Iran or $4 trillion be spent on making poor people poor here?
Okay, that doesn't make sense. That question doesn't make sense
I'll
to me.
explain to you why it does
So
make
you're
sense.
gonna have to break it
I'll explain to
down.
you why it does make sense. Because the day Donald Trump got inaugurated, sure, he launched his attack on USAID and supplying a couple million here, a couple million there to other countries for things that you might view as trivial. However, right, you like subvertedly like just spent like trillions of dollars more on things that just further disenfranchise the average American. Like, if you're truly concerned with fiscal conservatism, well, then you should hate Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill because, one, it's the most expensive bill that was passed through the American Congress. Two, the total amount of debt-related spending from this one bill is almost equivalent to every new dollar of debt signed into law by the Biden-Harris administration. And three, it's not like this spending had any massively awesome outcome for Americans. It kicked 10 million people off of health insurance, 3 million people off of food stamps, 18 million school students off of free school student lunches, and is taking money from the poor and giving it to the rich. So even if you think that we have a spending problem, well, the Trump administration's only made it like significantly worse. They haven't been doing anything to solve it. They're just making it worse than what Kamala Harris would have spent if she was inaugurated.
Kamala Harris was a joke. But besides that, if we want to talk about the economy, under Trump's first God, I'd lost my train of thought. Under his first term, the unemployment record was low.
It also hit a record high. Do you blame that on him too?
I'm sorry, say that again?
It also hit a record high in April of 2020, 14.8%.
Well, it had to. We were in a pandemic and everybody was at home. Don't make that about whatever. We were all sent home and we were all on unemployment.
So external
because
variables.
The entire country shut down.
So external variables can impact and change things in an economy. So how do you know he was able to cause the record lows?
I'm telling you that I was a Trump supporter his first term. I'm a Trump supporter this term. And our economy gets better when Trump's in office. We went through hell the last 4 years.
Our economy gets better when Trump is in office?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think it's gotten better in the last 200 days?
I feel like he's doing more since January 20th than Biden and Kamala did the entire 4 years they were in office.
Okay, so has it gone better?
Yes, everything it takes a while. You can't just come in
so you just
in
said,
a day and fix everything that they did.
So you just said that the economy has gotten better in the last 200 days. So actually, the price of every single grocery has gone up. Actually, inflation has gone crazy since April. Actually, investment in business has stagnated for the first time in 3 years. Actually, right, our annualized GDP growth right now is 1.3%, which is lower than everything that we've had, excluding the pandemic, since I think Bush's last year. Actually, during the first quarter of this year, our GDP went fucking down. Okay, and we were barreling towards a recession until Donald Trump reversed this shit economic policy that caused it. So it's like when you tell me that the economy is getting better, but everything is getting more expensive, and 52% of S&P 500 companies reported lower profits in the second quarter of this year compared to the first, and in the first quarter of this year, we were literally experiencing negative GDP growth. It's like, no, I'm actually not led to believe that this delusion is the case.
Did you turn my microphone off?
I did. It was because of an interruption, but feel free to speak now.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just going to say, it's not, our economy in general can never be just on one president because they only get elected for the max of 8 years. Okay. So if you take a step back and you see what everything happened when we were in the pandemic, and then we got Biden in office and what happened then, and then now Trump is back. So what we're trying to say simply is you don't have to like Trump as a person, because no, he's not very likable with the remarks and things that he makes. But the things that he stands on for this country, he puts our country above the other countries, is my whole point. He doesn't, oh, let me be sweet to this company or this country, give them whatever they want, whatever, to shut them up. He is for us. The 50 states that is the United States. And earlier when you said, oh, well, how do you feel about borders between Nevada and California? Like that to me is mind boggling, because we are United States. It's literally in the name of our country. So there wouldn't be borders between our states. That makes no sense. We're an entire country. We are free to travel from state to state to state. We're talking about, can you go to Canada without a passport? No. Can you go over to Russia without a passport? No. Can you go to China without a passport? No. So what is so wrong with the president that wants to handle the things that are most important and help the American people that were either born here or are legally documented to be here? And I will tell you this, I don't believe that the undocumented immigrant coming over or the causing this crime spree. I don't believe that one bit, because Americans that are born here are doing that nonsense. But I believe that if we have to do it in other countries, we need to have it mandated in ours that you do not need to be here unless you go about it the right way. Period.
I'm sorry, that was just a big like spew of bullshit. I get it, okay? Other countries won't allow you in unless you're documented. In fact, I think we should prevent undocumented entry too. I just have like the one right way to do it that Trump isn't. We could talk about that later. But let's think about it. How has Donald Trump reduced undocumented entry into America in the last 200 days? It's fallen by like 95%. Is it by implementing like similar border security or policy to that of Canada, for instance? Is it by being intelligent and looking at the reasons why immigrants choose to enter into this country with the use of undocumented means and attempting to remove that incentive? No, it's been through fascism, right? Like, obviously, immigrants want to immigrate to America because they think they'll have a higher quality of life. Donald Trump has been making the quality of life of immigrants, more specifically undocumented immigrants in this country, worse. Dude, he sent one undocumented immigrant to be beaten and tortured for 3 weeks in Secot illegally. And then even after SCOTUS ruled it was an illegal removal, he said he didn't give a shit. We have Alligator Alcatraz, where they're having one meal a day with maggots in it without cleaning water for running clean water for 5 days. We've had Venezuelan immigrants deported to Venezuela with no due process illegally, even after having federal judges rule it as such. I mean, their human and constitutional rights haven't just been put on the line, but they've been broken in multiple circumstances. And Trump doesn't care, as he's literally referred to them as aliens that are poisoning the blood of this country. That's fascism. That's a disdain for human rights. That's the identification of an enemy as a unifying cause for his base. And obviously, when immigrants see the treatment of undocumented immigrants that are already in this country, they're going to be scared away from that entry themselves. But is this what we should do? Is this a way that we should reduce undocumented entry? No. Point number one, it's immoral. Fucking duh. I hope I don't need to explain that. And point number two is short term. The moment we have a president that doesn't hold a total disdain for human rights running the country, guess what? The incentive structure that existed prior to Trump is reintroduced, and undocumented immigration into the country will persist. So that's my response to your claim about how we just need to be like Canada, bro, and prevent undocumented entry. Okay, not if it means being literally fascist.
Sorry, did you turn my mic off again?
There's some background noise, so I'm going to mute it when I'm talking.
Oh, okay. No big deal. I didn't know what I was saying. I was saying that I could see how you feel that way. But my thing for you, Dean, I actually, with my son, my 18-year-old son, who agrees with everything you say, and has come out as homosexual, had asked me to come on here and watch your show. And I watched it for an hour, and I kept requesting to get up here to talk to you because him and I have different views of the world. So I wanted to come up here and talk to you. But my question to you is, if you are worried about the rights of undocumented immigrants, why on earth would you ever be okay with women aborting babies in their second trimester, third trimester, or whatever? That's human life too. The moment of conception is human life. The first time you hear that baby's heartbeat, that is a human. That's why we're all here. So why do we care more about undocumented, immigrants or homeless or anything than we do about babies that didn't ask to be brought here? Do you see what I'm saying?
No, I do.
So make me understand that, please, because
Okay.
I don't think
Well,
a
I mean,
woman's right should be taken away.
I don't understand. I don't understand like why you chose to make this argument. And it's because like you're actively endorsing a administration that has dehumanized the lives of undocumented immigrants. And if you think their lives are just as valuable as the life of a fetus in a woman's womb, and you're okay and you support the dehumanization of the lives of undocumented immigrants, doesn't this also mean to stay consistent that you must also support the dehumanization of the life of fetuses?
I mean, yeah, I'm not saying that I dehumanize anything. I'm saying life is life. It's what I'm trying to say to you. I'm saying when we're sitting here and we're debating on what's this and what's that, everybody's going to be divided at all times because there are women out there, and this is the God's honest truth. There are women out there that are unable to give birth to children. And then there are women who just don't care and they get pregnant 7, 8, 9, 10 times and they use abortion as a form of contraception instead of,
Damn,
we
bro.
know when we have,
I'm so sorry.
we
Do
know
you
when
know any women like that?
I do. I actually do.
When you go out to
I
dinner
do.
with them, do they typically front the bill? Because they must be rich as shit. Imagine
Yeah,
being
I
able
don't
to
know how
spend like
they do it either.
$1,000 on a procedure just for contraceptive. Imagine like
Right.
fucking and
Exactly.
spending like $1,000 every time you have sex. So
Exactly.
have you been
That's
on
my
their
point.
have you been on their private jet before?
No, and I'm not going to take that bait right there. But I do have a friend that's had 7 kids that have all gone to foster care, and I don't understand why, she hasn't been sterilized yet. That's my opinion. But all I'm saying is, if you are laying down as an adult and you are having sexual intercourse without protection, why do people have sex? To breed, to make other human life. Okay, that's the point of it. So if you're not protecting yourself, why is it fair for you to murder? And it is murdering a child in the womb, no matter how you look at it. If you are old enough and mature enough to understand that what you're doing when you do that has consequences, and you need to, if you don't want the baby, you need to find a family that's good for the baby or something. And as far as people getting raped and little children, things like this happening to little children, I do believe there should be something in place to protect them so that they can have situations like that. Or if the mother's life is at risk, like if she gives birth, she's going to die, and they know that beyond a shadow of a doubt, they should be, allowed to have that procedure. But people, that should be documented. There should be valid reasons why you're trying to do abortions.
Okay.
So that's my thoughts on it.
I've one question. Then I want to thank a couple donors before I respond to it all. I just really quickly. You said that the purpose of sex is to breed. How many kids do you have?
I have 4.
So you've only had sex 4 times?
No, but
many-
I was smart all the other times.
Oh,
I used birth control, and
wait.
I've not had any unwanted pregnancies.
Wait. But if that's like the sole purpose of it is to breed, then like why have you
That's
had
what we're
sex more
supposed to
times than
do.
you've had kids?
That's why we were put here, and that's why we were to, make the generations go on and things like that. What I'm saying is, you're not going to trip me up, okay? I am 51 years old, and I'm trying to tell you, Dean, that if as an adult, when you go in that bedroom or wherever and you're going to have sex and you do not use protection and you get pregnant, that is your fault, not the child's fault. So be mature about it to handle it the way that you should. That is murdering someone. When I had my children, I wanted my children. Okay. I'm not saying that. I'm saying people that use it as a form of contraception it's ridiculous. I am pro-life. But if there are circumstances where the mother is going to die, or it's a young child that's been in trafficking or something's happened, you know what I mean?
Okay. You're kind of talking a lot, and honestly, I haven't really minded it because I'm kind of hungry, so I've been like munching, so I've been okay with it. But I want to thank a couple people for their donations, and then I want to be able to respond to everything that you just said, because now we're kind of getting lost in like a billion points at once. First and foremost, Annie, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for the love, Annie. That is insane. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Can we please get 500 Annie W's down below in that live chat for the $50 donation? That is literally so kind of you. As well as Bree with the $10 over on Venmo saying women hating women is always so sad. Thank you for standing up for us. Well, I appreciate you for the love, Bree. Then Jen with the $20. Thank you so much for the love. Much love to you as well, Jen. Much love is to you as well, Jen. Let's get 200 Jen W's. Then also love to Leah and Caitlin for the $5 each. And then 12 minutes ago, R, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for the love. And I'm very sad that you have to live in a world of fear like that. It is just so insane. I'm really sorry to hear that, R. And then also quickly, Andrew, thank you for the $11 on PayPal. Saying I just have to say other countries do have undocumented immigrants too. It's a fantasy to think it's only a USA occurrence. Good point. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate you for the love. If you're watching and you want to support me and get a shout out like everybody, my Venmo, my PayPal can be found in the link tree in my bio. Now, back to you. I mean, you've honed in on this idea that abortion is murder. Okay, why is abortion murder? Is it because it's ending a human life?
Yes, it's ending a human life. From the moment of conception, there is a heartbeat, and that would be
That's not
murder.
true. That's not true.
No, it is true.
You just said that there's a
It
heartbeat
is
from the moment
true.
of conception. At the moment of conception, how large is the human? It's a
Listen,
it's a
Dean,
unicellular organism. How can
when
a
the
how can a
egg
how can a
fertilizes the
listen?
sperm
How
at
can
the
it
moment of conception,
just
it
think
is
about
a
it?
child. It is a human being.
How can a unicellular
You're
organism have a heartbeat?
really. So, what if your mother had aborted you?
Oh, then I wouldn't be
You
here.
wouldn't
What am
be
I?
here right
Oh,
now, right?
and that's why abortion should be illegal. What if my dad pulled out? Would I be here?
No, I'm
No,
just
should my
saying,
dad pulling out be
like,
illegal?
that doesn't make sense. Because you're what?
I mean, think about it. If abortion should be illegal, because if my mother aborted here, I wouldn't be here. Well, if my dad pulled out, I wouldn't be here. If he wore a condom, I wouldn't be here. If my mom was using birth control, I wouldn't be here. Imagine all the kids that you could have had that would be here today if you never went on birth control. So you're telling me that birth control is just as wrong as abortion because they both ensure that potential future people that could exist won't exist?
No, I'm saying
Okay,
that
so then why did you ask me the
because of
question, how would you feel if your mom aborted you? What was the relevance of that question if it didn't demonstrate why abortion is morally wrong?
Because
Because
you're
I've just now
talking about it
demonstrated
being
if that logic would follow to the conclusion that abortion is therefore morally wrong, it would also
No,
be the
what
case
you're
that birth
doing is
control is morally wrong,
overtalking
condoms are
me,
morally wrong,
and you're
etc.
screaming, and you're trying to overtalk me so that you can make yourself sound better.
Oh, okay, I'll
And
go
what
back to the
you're
chips. I'll go
what
back to
you're
the
doing,
chips.
all I'm saying is that people that use abortion as a form of contraceptive, we listen, in our day and age, everybody has sex, okay? They all do it. Do they do it every time hoping to get pregnant? No, that's not what they do. They do it because they enjoy doing it. Fine, we know this, okay? But we all take a chance every time. If we are fertile, you take a chance every single time, even with contraception, that there could possibly be a life formed from that action. There's a consequence to every action you do, is my point. So when I say that I am pro life, I am pro life because from the moment of conception, I know that that is a human being in there. And I believe murder is wrong no matter what. The only time I ever would say murder was validated is if somebody came into my house and threatened me and my family and I had to protect us. That would be it. Other than that, murder is wrong. And that's my whole point of it. So you're yelling and telling me this and that
Well,
about
check this out, though.
abortion.
Your view is that, like, all human life is, like, morally valuable enough to have the right to
It
life,
is.
right?
No, everybody, yes.
You don't believe that.
I believe every human life is valuable.
Think about it.
Where at what point did I say
Think about
that
it.
not every human life was valuable?
Think about it. There's
I'm
doctors
thinking. Tell
that
me
work
what.
that work in hospitals and brain dead patient units, and they'll pull the plugs on like thousands of brain dead patients throughout their career. Every single one of those brain dead patients is a human whose life they're ending. See, now under your view, that would make these doctors terrorists that are culpable for
That's not
like
true. That's
thousands
not true.
of murders.
Because the only reason they're not completely dead is because they're using the machines.
Oh, okay.
Them turning the
So
machines off doesn't keep them alive. As a matter of fact, I just lost both of my parents to cancer, and we've had to turn the machines off for both of them.
okay.
And it took days
Okay.
after that for them to
Yeah,
pass peacefully.
and listen, and like people with pacemakers, the only reason why they're not completely dead is because of the machine. If you turn the machine off, they'll be dead. Does that mean if somebody has a pacemaker and I hack into it and I stop it, that I didn't murder them because the only reason they were still alive was because of the pacemaker? Or even better yet, what about a fetus? Prior to viability at 20, 21, 22, 23 weeks, the only reason they're alive is because of the bodily resources being supplied to them by the mother. If you just turn the bodily resources off with a pill that stops the supply of progesterone, guess what? The fetus dies just like the brain dead patient. And like those other circumstances, it's obviously murder, but then it's not murder as it relates to a brain dead patient. I don't know. Sounds a little bit
No,
tricky.
I'd really like to know what you're taking because I think I need to take that that miracle pill too, because it's the generation. It's this generational gap is what it is. Like how, and I know this has nothing to do with Trump, but like how there's this phenomenal amount of grown adults, young adults estranging from their family and stuff. Like there's so much chaos in this world right now. It is sickening. It
There's
is
so much
so
chaos in this
sad.
world, so let's reel it in and make sure the only families that exist are those that are supposed to exist because they want to exist, not forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls to be mothers and fathers, where we can ensure lower levels of education, higher levels of poverty, lower levels of employment, and lower qualities of life.
Not
That
forcing
is obviously
them
the
into
last
things.
thing that we
Well, then why are they
need
having
when there's so
sex?
much chaos in the world.
Why are they having sex?
Yeah, for the same reason why you did when you were on birth control, having it for fun. Come on, bro, don't be a hypocrite.
Okay.
Obviously, people have sex for
I'm
fun.
not
What?
being a hypocrite. Exactly. I'm agreeing with you on that. What I'm saying is we all know there's consequences to every action that we take. And
Yeah.
it's with everything we do in our
Yes, we
lives.
do. I have a question. Have you ever smoked a cigarette before?
I used to smoke, yes.
Yeah, so when you were smoking those cigarettes, you knew that you could possibly get lung cancer, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so if you got lung cancer, would you be like, shit, I gotta be a woman and grow up and be an adult and just take responsibility for this lung cancer? And because I need to take responsibility for the natural consequence of my actions, I shouldn't be able to go to the doctor's office and get chemotherapy to kill it?
I wouldn't get chemo. If I got cancer, I wouldn't.
You
Because
just
they're just
die?
making it worse. I would do other things.
You like alternative forms of medicine?
Absolutely.
Don't
do it.
Don't do it. That almost killed my grandpa. Please, dear Lord, don't do it. No. Go to the hospital, get the
they killed
adequate,
my
appropriate
parents.
treatment.
No, they killed my parents with the chemo and lied to my mother and told my mother that she was healed and she died. No, I will not. I will absolutely try other forms of method for cancer because I literally watched my mom die in 10 months from diagnosis.
Chemo doesn't kill. Chemo saves.
No, not my mom.
Okay.
No, sir.
Well, I mean, I don't think that either of us are qualified enough to be given our opinion there.
We're not, because we live in a country where Big Farm knows that there's a cure for cancer.
Okay, we're getting a little bit too far.
Rather get paid.
We're getting a little bit too far off topic. How about this? When you were smoking, you know that you could get lung cancer. That would have been a natural consequence of your actions. Meaning, if you did get lung cancer because of smoking cigarettes, would you just deal with it and toughen up because you have to deal with the natural consequences of your actions, or would have you gone after treatment, regardless if it's through a hospital and a doctor or alternative? Which one would you have done?
I don't know because I don't have cancer and I've never had it, so I can't speak on something I don't know.
Wait, if you can't speak on something that you don't know, have you ever had an abortion?
No, absolutely not.
You can't speak on abortion.
Yes, I can.
Why?
I can.
You just told us that you can't speak on things that you haven't done.
Right. I'm saying that I can speak on abortion because I had a DNC, which is similar to abortion, but I lost a baby that it was a miscarriage and the baby would not expel correctly. So I had to go have surgery and get a DNC and have it removed. So
I'm a man.
Yes.
I can't even get. I'm a man. I can't even get pregnant. I don't have a uterus. Should I be able to speak on abortion?
I mean, no. I mean, you guys help bring the baby in the world, so I do feel like there's men on there. I'm not saying women don't have a right to stand up for their own body. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Well, I just want to clarify. You said that you can't speak on things that you don't know, and I was like, well, you've never had an abortion, therefore you can't speak on that. But then you gave me like a very legitimate, expensive. Then you gave me a very legitimate experience of a woman. Like you've had a DNC, you've had kids, you know what pregnancy is. So like obviously you should be able to talk about that. But if you're still yet like operating within the framework of the idea that you can't speak on things that you don't know, that you couldn't experience, then that obviously very much so imply that men shouldn't be able to talk about abortion, right?
I mean, pretty much, yeah. I don't feel like you guys have the right to say anything about, what women do with their body. That's not it. With that being said, using abortion as a form of birth control is where my stance is.
But then listen. Then you don't support what Donald Trump did when he rescinded constitutional protections for women's access to abortion and put it back in the hands of the state, because all that ensured was that men had a right, a control, and a say-so over the bodies of women. Like, you understand that, right? Okay. We went from a world where men didn't have a say-so over women's access to abortion to a world where men did have a say-so over women's access to abortion. You'd be a hypocrite if you thought anything but that was a bad thing.
What was the bad thing? Say it again. The last
Donald
part
Trump
you just said.
nominating justices to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade and put the decision to get an abortion back in the hands of the disproportionately male legislators of our great 50 states.
Okay, got you. Loud and clear. So I guess if we're gonna go that route with it, then yeah, I listen, just because I said I supported Trump as being our president and being in office, I even said at the beginning of this that I didn't support every single thing. But of the candidates that were available, he was the one that had our country's best interest at heart. So do I agree? Do we honestly? Okay, let me ask you this. When Biden and Kamala were in office, did you agree with every single policy and every single thing that they stood for? Or were there things that you were just like, nah, no?
Yes.
I guarantee you
Biden and Harris were literally gods, okay?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my
No,
Lord.
there's no critique.
Sleepy Joe?
Wait, when you just said, oh,
Sleepy
Jesus,
Joe?
oh, my Lord, you mean like, oh, Biden, oh, my Harris, right?
No,
But they're Jesus and Lord. They're
Joe didn't even
God.
know what's going on 99% of the time.
Yeah, because they
He
knew
couldn't
what.
even
No, you're
find
right.
his way to the podium.
Right. He didn't know what was going on 99% of the time because he did know what was going on 100% of the time because he's literally a god. I love him so much.
No, oh my gosh, oh my Lord.
Oh my, I know.
don't
Now
even know what to
I
say
got.
to you,
Yes.
Dean.
Oh my Lord, I
really
love
don't
you,
need.
Joe Biden. My Lord,
No,
my Lord,
I
my. You know
never
what I
said I
mean?
love you. I feel sorry for you, Dean. I really do,
I'm
because that
joking.
is so
I'm
sad.
trolling. It's a joke.
I really hope you're being sarcastic, because that man could not, couldn't even find his way to a podium. So yeah, that entire
Oh no,
administration was a joke.
my face is bleeding. Do you see that blood on my face?
Why are you bleeding?
I don't know. Looks like I
Did I give
stepped
you
or
a
something.
nosebleed?
Maybe you did.
I'm so sorry about that. I'm not here to cause nosebleeds.
The Trump supporters finally gave me an on live nosebleed. Okay.
Well, I'm
Okay, listen.
sorry. I wasn't trying
So
to.
I just wanted to point out something really big to me.
Okay.
You started talking about Biden and why you don't like him, and you just talked about the fact that he was a little sleepy. But then when I'm talking about
Little
reasons,
sleepy.
okay, really sleepy, whatever. And then when I'm talking about reasons why I don't like Trump, it's because like he's passing executive orders that explicitly contradict the Constitution. It's because he
Gotcha.
like put the human rights of 130 million American women in the hands of their male legislators, which you also disagree with because you don't think men should be talking about it. It's because he's like passing economic policy to take from the poor and to give
Right.
to the rich. It's because like he's imposing tariffs that just is a tax on poor people, like hitting them from multiple angles. Poor and middle class Americans are now dead, right? So it's like, come on,
I'm
you see
middle
my
class.
point? You see my point here? You like my guy because you don't like my guy because he was pretty sleepy. I don't like your guy because he's a fascist. You know what I mean?
Well, and he's orange, and I heard you call him the orange guy or whatever before too. So, I mean, it's whatever. I never said that I liked. I just feel like we need businessmen in office and not politicians.
Okay, well, he's
I
obviously
don't
not a very
believe
good one.
politicians have a.
He's obviously not a very good businessman, and definitionally speaking, he is a politician, and he is orange.
But he is a good businessman. I mean, the man donates his freaking annual salary every year. He doesn't even take it
Wait, are you
for being
telling
the
me?
president. Like,
So when you look at Trump
yes,
donating his
yes,
annual, just listen 1 second. When you look at Trump donating his annual salary, like I'm just interested in what the perspective of like a Trump supporter is on this. When you see him do that, are you genuinely like, oh, this is a good man donating his salary because
no,
he's a good
no,
guy?
no, because that's a drop in the bucket for him. And I'm not
Yeah,
stupid. I
he
know that.
fucking donates that because then he gets to say that he's so good and donates his salary while then just ripping off Americans in other ways. I mean, his net worth has doubled because of Truth Social, and he literally rug pulled hundreds of thousands of his supporters through his crypto coin, but then he gets to donate $400K per year to be a good guy. No, it's the least obvious PR tactic ever.
Is it 400 now? I need to do some research. I thought it was 375
It's
a year. I didn't know. But
similar.
anyways,
Similar.
it doesn't matter. It's yeah, right around there. But anyway, I don't. I came on here, like I said, because my 18-year-old son told me that I really needed to talk to you. I didn't think I was going to make it up here because it took me forever to get in line through all the trolls. But I appreciate you, and you have your opinion on whatever you have your opinion on. I have mine. Is our country in chaos? Yes, we're in chaos. Is the groceries high? Yes.
Okay.
I'm middle class. I
Yeah.
struggle. I'm a single mom.
Do you mind if
I do the best I can.
do you mind if I just ask you
But
real quick before you leave? Like one last question.
absolutely.
Do you think
Yeah.
that being gay is wrong?
No, I don't.
Good.
My son is gay.
Yeah, I know. You told
No,
us that
I
earlier. I
don't.
just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yeah. No,
Well,
I believe you can love whoever you want to love, and I'm not against that at all. And I know what he says, and to add on to that, I am a Christian. I believe in God and all of that, and I still love my son no matter what. And my kids can be who they want to be. I'm not against any of that. I'm for people finding love as long as they're treated well
I
and they're
gotta
happy.
clear this up.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy that it sounds like you're
I
a
don't
little bit
care
of
if
a
you're going to
supportive
tell me that
mom.
Trump is against gays. I don't care. He can take that and shove it up his ass for all I care, because that's not what I like him for. That's not why I voted. I voted for other more important things, not for his opinion on whether my gay son is going to go to hell or not. You know what I mean? Everybody has their own beliefs. So is that what you were leading with?
No, I was actually just about to say bye and kick you,
Oh.
but I just want to clarify here. It's like, come on, really? Like, if we have a president that you think is like against like this immutable, unchangeable characteristic of your son. Like, come on.
He has no, that man's not in my house. That man has nothing to do with my son. That man can't keep my son from loving who he wants to love.
But he
Like I
impacts the
don't,
society we live in, and he drafts the policy in which organizes the society we live in.
and I
And
get that. I do.
if you didn't think that Trump can personally impact your life and the life of your son, then why do you support him? Aren't you the one that has been telling me all the good ways he's going to impact you? But then as soon as
Yeah.
we talk about one bad belief that he upholds, propagates, and normalizes, all of a sudden it can't impact you or your son at all?
No, what I'm saying is nobody can tell me straight face that whatever candidate they go for, that they stand for every single policy
All
and
I'm saying
everything that they stand
is
for.
that should be
They don't. There's not. Do
that should be a
you?
deal breaker for you because it's your
Do
son.
you? Yeah, but do you?
Do
Do
I
you?
No. No,
Do
but
you,
we still have like
when?
a red
No, not
lines.
Trump. Not Trump. Yeah, but I'm saying like you're clearly a liberal. So when the Democrats in office, do you support every single thing and policy that they put out?
No,
Do you agree
of
with
course,
everything?
I don't agree with 100% of the things that
Okay.
they put out. But
So
at the
we can
same
agree to
time,
disagree.
although we could say it is still possible to support a candidate while not supporting everything they stand behind, it's also possible
Exactly.
for there to exist like particular deal breakers or red lines. Like for instance, I'll just give you an example. If Donald Trump had openly boasted about like perving on naked kids and grown adult women, would you still support him after that, or would that be a red line?
That would probably be a red line for me.
Okay.
More than
Well,
likely, yes.
Yeah. Well, we're just gonna give the argument up then, because that's actually something that he's done.
He has done that.
Yeah.
So can you tell me the background to it, or are you just gonna kick me?
How about I just let him tell you yourself? Here's a clip of Donald Trump speaking. Give it a listen.
Okay.
We're gonna roll the clip.
That be construed, however, as
Conflict?
yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later
The
on.
question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Oh my God.
I'm joined now by text.
Yeah. We also had 5 of the teenagers that attended Miss Teen USA come out and talk about how you would do this to them. The youngest of them were 15. In
Oh my
fact,
God.
we even have one of these people join the live quite frequently. Her name is Victoria. She's now a grown adult woman. And she'll talk about how when she was a teenager, when she was 15, 16, she would compete at Miss Teen USA and how this would happen to her.
Wow. I don't know what to say, Dean. I really don't. I've never heard that clip. I was completely blindsided by that. So
Listen, I'll be honest. I think that you're good intentioned. I usually have a tool I don't know. I just intuit if they're good intentioned or bad intentioned. You feel good intentioned to me, just very misled. Like
Thank you.
yeah, like even in like even like I'd say like the worst thing so far that you've said on the stream is how you don't care that Donald Trump doesn't like gay people and your son's gay. But then even in like your explanation of that, you were like, it's because it's not going to hurt my son, which tells me you don't want your son to be hurt, even though the logic there was like in my mind super misguided. So
Which
good
is probably
intention.
why he told me to watch you.
Right.
He came to me today and asked me to follow you, and that's why I'm here. And he's watching this entire interaction between us because we talk about things like this, and he wanted me to. I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's like I want you to be here. That's the point of these conversations. And like that clip of Trump, man, it is really bad. And I mean, it is just like the door opener too. Like we also have a clip of like Donald Trump in the 90s hitting on a 10-year-old girl. The Epstein stuff is like a whole other ball field with his letter with a picture of a naked woman he sent to Epstein and said, "May every other day be a wonderful secret." And once you like start to kind of hear these things, like very similar to that clip, that are undeniable because it's like him saying it, then you start to kind of deconstruct that cult. In my mind, I won't use that word. I don't want to, upset you. And then it makes you more willing to accept other things. Like, have you ever heard about like the court that ruled that Trump raped E. Jean Carroll?
No. No, not at all.
Yeah, so a court found Trump guilty for rape, right? And you could find this on the internet yourself by just looking up Trump v. E. Jean Carroll, Trump rape case. They found him guilty for raping a woman, for following her into her changing room and forcefully inserting his fingers into her vagina, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, court found him guilty for doing that. And, a lot of people on the right will kind of reject that with no reason because they know it exists and it's really, really bad, right? But it's like, okay, is it believable to assume that a man who we just heard talking on a clip about how he'd like to perv on naked teenage girls would also rape a woman? Yeah. Okay. Is it reasonable to assume that somebody that was sending letters to Jeffrey Epstein with a picture of a naked woman would rape a woman? Yeah. Is it reasonable to assume that somebody who has just openly boasted about dating 10-year-old girls in 10 years, calling them attractive, would rape a woman? Yes. Right?
Wow.
And then you look at that court case and you read the evidence and it just becomes apparent. I was very pro-Trump a handful of years back. And I mean, look at me today. I think that it's a very nasty mind virus. Very nasty mind virus.
It sounds like I need to do some research. I have an 11-year-old daughter that looks like she's about 13, and that would absolutely devastate me if she went through something like that. So thank you. Thank you for having me in, and thank you for, I don't know what else to say. I'm really upset.
Well, there's nothing else to say. Just please do your research. The leaders of this country, our president, they represent us all. They represent who people are supposed to be. I remember when I was 10, I'd look up to the president, and they were a figure of authority. They were a figure of
They're supposed to be, yeah.
Right? They're somebody you look up to. You're growing up. You talk about how you want to be president one day. Super unrealistic, like being an astronaut. So, do we like really want this representing what is supposed to be the greatest country on the face of planet Earth? Probably not. But have a good rest of your day, okay?
Thank you, Dean.
Yeah, of course. Bye-bye. Yeah, wow. Honestly, she reminded me a bit of my mom. She reminded me a little bit of my mom. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I saw somebody saying that I was like being too kind to her. She reminds me a little bit of my mom. So I can really connect with somebody like that just because I already do with my mother. It's this weird combination that is really infrequent to see, where it's like you could tell they actually care. They're not like a bad person. They care. They're well intentioned, but then they support really bad things. You don't see it often, but I saw it a little bit in her. Especially with her comments there towards the end. So it's cool. Now there's a handful of people that I'd like to thank here. Lydia, thank you for the $20 over on Vim. I appreciate you for the love. Lydia, everybody watching, please show some love to Lydia down below. Lydia says, "You were awesome. Take care of that nosebleed, please." It's actually, I think, I cut myself shaving. Yeah, I cut myself shaving. Aldine. Okay. Thank you for the $20, Lydia. As well as Claudia, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying that abortion wasn't a form of birth control for me. It was saving my life and a potential child from poverty and life-threatening domestic violence. No fucking regrets here. Yeah, never have any regrets, please. I don't know. I think that every woman or girl needs access to abortion in America, protected by the government in all circumstances, with any reason or no reason at all. Alex, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo as well. I appreciate you for the love, Alex. You are great. You are awesome. You are awesome. Let's see here. Everybody give us 1 minute in the meantime, guys. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, y'all. Make sure that we're double tapping, everybody. All right, then Erica, also thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. That's incredibly kind of you. Everyone, just give us 1 second. Let's see here. Elena, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. That is ELENA. Thank you, Elena. Elena says thank you for all that you do on the live. Well, thank you so much for the kindness and the $50 donation. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Elena. And then also Nicholas, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Nicholas says, love your content. Keep up the good work. Don't read this next part out loud. Okay, I will not read it out loud. But Nicholas, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Then also, everybody, this is not a crumb. That is a shaving. I cut myself shaving. That's not going anywhere. It's not a crumb. It's a crumb on my shirt. Very nice. That's not a crumb. Thank you for the $20, Nicholas. As well as Lori, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. And then, oh my God, Chloe, thank you for the $50 as well. Chloe, you were phenomenal. Chloe says, hi, Dean. I listen to your show every day at my blue-collar job, and you give me hope. As well as your guests just impressed me in the worst way. You give great steak advice. I just picked up a prime New York steak from my local butcher. How would you suggest I prepare and cook it? Dinner is in about 2 hours. Thank you for keeping me updated, giving me great arguing points, and keeping me sane. Sorry for the long message. Chloe, I'm actually going to tell you exactly how to prep and cook it. I don't know how long your donation went through, like how long ago it went through. If you still have like at least like an hour and a half, what you should do is reverse sear it. I'm like a big fan of the reverse sear. So set your oven to like 185, pretty low temp. And then take your steak, prep it, slather oil on it after wiping it off, and then put your spices on it. I like to do pepper, shallots, and salt. And then throw a thermometer in it if you have one. Throw it in the oven when it's at 185. And let it get up, like if you like a good medium rare, let it get up to like a 120 internal. Take it out, and then put it on, get a nice sear on it with like a pan, like a minute and a half each side at decent heat, like 6 or 7. That is the best way to cook a steak. Oh, and then when it is cooling, put some compound butter on it, right? Because when you're doing the sear, just do it with the oil, but then of course you still want some butter on it. So then when it's cooling, just like put some compound butter on it. It'll melt as it's cooling, and it'll be great. So I appreciate you for the love, Chloe. Honestly, you guys, I think I am kind of done with the debates for the day, and I just kind of want to do a little bit of a Q&A for like another 5-10 minutes. So if you have a question, ask in the chat, ask on Venmo, ask on PayPal. Love to hang out with y'all. As well as Alex, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, saying great work with the last guest. Please research DJT's ex-wife legal record of accusing him of raping her. Court records are public. Yo, what? Okay, Alex, I'm going to look into that tonight. Thank you. Then also, everybody in the chat, what the hell are y'all... What is this 6-7 shit? I see this 6-7 shit everywhere, but I don't know what it means. I feel like an old man. Like, what does that even mean? I don't know. I'll ignore it. 6, 7, 8? Okay. All right. Let's see if we have any questions. Yeah, everybody's just back to spamming 6, 7. Now I can't even see any questions. Oh my god. Somebody in the chat on YouTube says, Dean, how do I unracist my dad? Yeah, that's a hard one, man. Like middle-aged men that are racist, it's usually pretty hard to turn them. Just start like spewing him like propaganda. You know, like honestly, put him on Hassan for like a little bit. For a little bit, you know, put him on Hassan for just a little bit. You know, that'll get him like, I feel like Hassan's really good at like getting people into the propaganda pipeline. And then, you know, like once he's, you know, hooked like a fish, maybe send him over to the debates. Sam, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo saying, I don't even know how to pronounce that word, pencil for the shaving nick. Mine lasts all day without one. I don't really know what you tried to say there, but I will look up whatever that pencil's called. Lauren, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo saying, how do you handle these people whose only justification for abortion is when a woman has been violated? Or like raped, life of the mother. Yeah, well, I mean, I just simply asked them why they think the other abortions are wrong. You know, I don't know. I've been having abortion debates for years. I'm very convinced that the pro-choice view is just so obviously true. Samantha with a $1. Appreciate you so much. Y'all were talking about guitar in the chat. I have my guitar right here. Actually, as soon as I get off of here, I got to call my buddy, and he's going to come over, and we're going to jam for a little bit. Yeah. I'm learning this part from like a Backseat Lovers song. It's technically on piano, but it's kind of cool. This next chord's really hard to hit. I don't know. I forget the strumming, like how to strum it. I've been like killing Backseat Lovers recently on piano. You also play Alex G. Isn't this Alex G? That was fun. Taylor, thank you so much for the $11.11 over at Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you, Taylor. As well as Sid with the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying, chat, I've officially been on no contact with my MAGA dad for a week. Probably won't last much longer, but the longest we've ever gone without speaking. Sid, are you like living all right? I just want to make sure that you're good, you know, in case like you still live at home with a dad. Hope that you're good. Thank you for the $20, and that's good to hear. I mean, I hope that has been beneficial to you. There's like another Alex G song. Yeah, this one. This one's a little bit harder for me, though. That one. I forget the, like, up here. I don't know. I haven't played that one for a while. What else do we got here? A little bit of, like, Evergreen. I like Evergreen. I like that one. That one's really fun. Especially when you have somebody that's good at singing. Radiohead? Okay. I actually don't know any Radiohead on the guitar. I know, what is it? It's like the Karma one on piano. I forget. It's like radio. I don't know. It's some Radiohead, something to do with Karma. I don't know. It was never one of my favorite, but it has like a really nice piano part. I don't know. It's pretty fun. Noel, thank you so much for the $10 over at Vim. I appreciate that, Noel. Okay. Yeah, Karma Police. Yeah. You know, like the piano part that's like, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I don't know. It's repeated throughout the whole song. It's really pretty. Whole lot of fun. Okay. I'm going to go to an end for the night, everybody. Let me make sure there's, I want to see if there's a couple more questions here. Cameron with a $5 says, Dean, I'm a biracial woman with a white mom who's a Trumpy. I've stopped talking to her, and it's so hard. She denies my experience as a black woman. Dude, especially as your mom, like, come the fuck on. And also, Annie, I appreciate you for a little bit more information on that pen. Zena with the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat saying cooking with Dean next, haha. You know, we actually used to do that. It was actually pretty fun. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. It was a whole lot of fun. Fisher with the $5 saying keep up the good work. I appreciate that. Allie with the $5 as well saying thank you for speaking on immigrant rights and inspiring our generation to stay informed. That's all that we're about here. Literally, that's all that we're about here. Seriously. Okay, everybody. I really appreciate everyone so much for all of the love. I think that there is a handful of messages and questions that I missed there, and I apologize if yours was one of them. Now, I am going to go ahead and hop off for the night. I will see you all tomorrow. Parker should be on soon, but I'm going to go do a jam sesh with my bro. Good night, everybody.